Hi, people. I knew I needed to update it. Hi. Everything's going good. It just might take a while to log in because my internet just crapped out right as I was in the middle of writing things. So we'll see how long it takes to get in, but I'll wait with y'all in queue. It's fine. We'll see how fast we go through today. The queue's been a lot faster ever since they did the update. It's like half the time for how much you've had to stay in there, but I'm doing really good today. Let me just respond to a few things here and then we'll get to our disclaimer here. Yes, you did. Also, hi Zeno, hi Velvet. Hope you're both doing good. Don't worry about it. I'm also on a computer, so it kind of helps. But yeah. Things have been really good actually. The past couple days have been really nice. Just been kind of busy trying to get things up, and I've been enjoying the new TM content for Endwalker, but I won't be I won't be saying anything here unless it's specifically labeled as Endwalker. But yes, I'm doing pretty good. I've been enjoying stuff. Thank you for asking, everyone. I hope you're doing good as well. Okay. So first I'm kind of gonna get into a disclaimer here. You know what? Hold on. Actually, before I get into disclaimer, why don't we do disclaimer during queue? That might be a good idea, actually. I'm gonna do that so it doesn't take up as much time. Whew! Now that's a freaking trial by fire, Zeno. My gosh. 3 at once. You know what? I wish you the best of luck with it. I would be dead too. It is a lot. Is a lot. Lot is. Funny thing is, I was in just before. I was actually doing some story. And I got past the first dungeon, but that's all I'll say because I don't want to spoil anything for anyone who hasn't played Endwalker yet. So first off, let me start with Misplay Matt. He followed me yesterday and I didn't expect him to do it so early. I was like, oh, I'll follow you back. I'm like, oh, I haven't even followed you, but thank you. He is this person we rated yesterday who had a group channel with some other people. He was really sweet. We saw him playing 9. He was a good dude. But yeah. Okay. We should probably get into the queue now. I would love to show this, but yeah. Fair! I'm glad! Good job! I'm glad you got there. I'm excited for you. I know some people have had mixed reception so far, but I've really liked Endwalker. I can only say positive things about it so far. I like it. But I'm glad you're there now. That's awesome. Welcome. Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Very nice. But let's do the biggest enemy of this entire thing. Unable to obtain character data. This always happens when I disconnect. I don't know why. Oh my gosh, 56 on a Friday night? What? Okay then, there's nothing to worry about. No. In fact, actually, let's leave the queue if it doesn't matter that much. Let's watch the rest of this intro. Yeah, fuck it. Apparently, it's really good right now. I've never seen it this good on a Friday afternoon. That's insane. There's only 56 people. We're gonna watch the intro. Wow. Yeah, I like it a lot. Yeah. So for people who don't know, I want to say Tuesday, like early morning for PST. They basically went around and changed the server limit and changed some things having to do with errors and server connections to internet. Some of them they can't fix because it's internet to network connections, but they did make it a lot better, as you can see from that. So a lot more people are in, and you know, there's a lot of really good stuff. That's pretty good as of recently, but yeah, that's still a lot. Yeah, I think a lot of the people who rush the story are done or almost done with it, so I might also be a thing too, but yeah. I don't know what to tell you. I was at 56. That was weird. I hope I go in there later, and because I'm like, oh yeah, I can watch this now, it'll be I'm going to be at like 3,000. Watch. I bet. That's weird though. Why is my server so low? I don't understand it. You know what? Let's go in so we can see what is happening, so I can actually do the disclaimer. No, yeah, I have one. I don't know what happened. What happened? Apparently my server's fine. I'm on Diablos. Or Diabolos. We went there in the beginning because a friend was already on it. So we were just like, okay, I guess we're going on this server. Because what happened is that we got invited by Tired Corn to play this game. Oh, Hyperion. I think those crystal centers are they more populated? I know my server's pretty populated. But anyways, beforehand, we got invited by Tired Corn into 14. And he was already on this server because he just picked the one with the experience bonus. Which, you know, fair. It's a pretty good incentive. But that's how we chose it. We're just like, oh, okay, he's on this server, and it also has an experience bonus for us, so that's nice. At least for me, but yeah. Oh, I see. I didn't know that. Wait, so is this a non-legacy server? Hyperion, I would imagine, is legacy. I'm remembering correctly. But that's a big oof. You know, I was invited here by Tired Corn. It's been a good time. He got us all into 14, so that's the reason I'm playing it today. Well, Tired Corn and Radical Beans. One is like, I really like 14. This is one of the few Final Fantasy games I've played. And my other friend's like, I'm a Final Fantasy super fan. So I need to play 14. It's like, you know what? That's valid. Okay then. Let me get into my disclaimer, even though it's a really weird one. I would think so. One could imagine. There we go. There's the HUD. Let me see here. So, I guess disclaimer I want to get out of the way for people who do not know. This entire series is a big collection of cutscenes. So a lot of this is skewed to make it more watchable. So we're not doing duties or many dungeons. I have one card per expansion, maybe another if I'm getting really excited. But we have like I have a couple of cards to do dungeons where I unsync them. So that may happen at some point, but we mostly just watch cutscenes here. So yeah, that's about most of what we do here. So just as a disclaimer, this is mainly a grouped collection of cutscenes of me recounting everything as a spoiler-free experience for people who are in this part of the game or want to jump in and watch and have done it or haven't done it before. So, yeah. Just kind of want to generally get that out of the way. You know, spoilers are heavily not wanted. But we're about to get into things here. But just want to get out of the way. Let's turn that funny music up, right? I think I usually do it around 80. Okay, but as you can tell, we're in a little bit of a different place. Don't worry about it. And I think I'm going to write everything down as we go. So, yeah, we're going to do that too. So, surprisingly, this is the, like, least active it's ever been on, the server in the past week. Even at midnight. So, it's really weird that... Well, it's not weird that things are actually working, but they are. Over here, for some reason. Maybe it was luck. They're like, oh, okay, Smoothie's streaming. Let's just... No, kidding. Yeah, because I'm that important, right? I'm important, obviously. Also did... Oh, yeah, I did regard to the person who rated us last night and watched. Thank you so much for the watch, and I hope you enjoy for watching this in VOD or whatever. Or whatever you end up doing. You know, let's just get into things, because we're pretty much just at the beginning of this Gurabania area, and we just got to Ralger's Reach, so... See what's going on. Also, I regard this area as All Amigo. Just because it's a little, it's a little more easier to get for people who've played this before. So that's why I didn't call it, like, Ralger's Reach, because, yeah. But I just kind of want to preface that that's not the ending stuff, we're just beginning, so, yeah. Anyways, let's get into stuff. Again, I hope everyone's having great days. Also, I have been playing a little bit of Paladin. But we're also going to be using it in cutscenes, so yeah. Okay. And we're starting off in this area, but you know what? We're not exploring it yet. This is just for future stuff, and so you guys could see the room. In fact, I'm just going to give a little bit of a scan of the room. Yeah, I like it. This is one of my favorite inn rooms. Period. I love it a lot. I like a lot of them. But I think compared to how dark and muddy A Realm Reborn in Heavensward is, this is welcomed. I like it. Yeah, a lot of those ones were muddy. They're still good. I like bright colors. I mean, what can I say? Okay, so Stormblood. There we go. Okay, so we went through going over the wall. Then we saw Lise try and go over this stuff, and then I think we're here after we get into the city, because I just showed off the city before we left. So we're getting a lay of the area and trying to talk to people in Ralger's Reach, so... Yeah, let me just get my timer up. And then we'll get things ready here. Let's see here. Timer? Yeah. Here we go. Okay. Anything else going on here? Okay, let's have you on because you're going to be on for a long time. Okay. So, I guess as another review too, we did just get here, but also the thing with the Griffin happened. If you're not sure what happened, just a lot happened. Let's just say that. And if you don't, then you might want to watch that somewhere. Because that's going to be a big thing. But yeah, okay. Is everything loud enough? I want to make sure. I'm going to test it with this cutscene. So let's get into things.
Allow me to welcome you once more to Ralga's Reach, our humble headquarters. My name is Conrad Kemp, and I have the dubious honor of overseeing operations here.
It is a pleasure to meet you, Master Kemp. I am Alphino Leveilleur, of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, as are my comrades. Before I speak of our purpose here, pray allow me to thank you for sheltering Ida, forgive me, Lys, and Papalimo at great risk to yourselves.
No, there's no need for that. They risked their necks for us enough times. 'Twas the least we could do.
I wanted to, I mean, about the mask and...
Don't fret over that. You're not the first person to take up arms against the Empire under a false name. We'd do the same if we had any sense. My condolences for your loss, child.
Papalimo laid down his life to save us, to give us a chance to make a better future for ourselves. There will never be a better time to drive the Garleans from our lands. But we have to take the lead on this. We can't leave it to fanatics like Ilberd.
More than a few of our people were taken in by his promises. Followed him all the way to the wall. Good men and women who never came back. When Monago told us what had happened, how the bastard had made sacrifices of them for his twisted ritual, by Rolga it filled me with an unholy fury. But what's done is done. Best we can do now is see that it wasn't all in vain.
That is why we are here today, sir, to see that some good comes of this tragedy. On behalf of the Eorzean Alliance, we do hereby extend a formal offer of military assistance to the Alamegan resistance.
Do you now? Well, go on then. I'm sure there's more to it than that. So that's the way of it, eh? The Alliance, hoping to avoid a direct confrontation with the superior forces of the Empire, wishes to engage them by proxy with our vastly inferior ones. My comrades and I must confer on your proposal. A moment, if you please.
Of course, Master Kemp. Take all the time you require.
Okay, there we go. That was good volume melody. But yeah, that's an intro to Conrad and some of the things that you got to see in Scurry's going along through these areas. So you got to see more of Monago, which was someone that we saved near the end of post Dragon Song War, just being like, the Griffin's doing something, and you're like, oh fuck. So she's pretty important. Monago's pretty good. Okay, this is... There we go. Blocked. Yeah, that's some introduction to sort of things and just being like, yeah, we need help, and then they kind of help people along the way, and you're like, oh wow, that's really nice of you. To sort of help things out. But yeah, Conrad's a pretty good leader. I like him. Yeah, there's a lot of good things to take in. So let's go to the next thing. I think the volume level is good. Let me know if I'm wrong when we're hearing things in cutscene. I probably know my voice is probably good, but yeah. Okay. Let's go in with things on a bargain struck. Sweet. Thank you. So I believe this is after you do a few things and go around the area.
Thank you all for waiting. We have reached a consensus. I, Conrad Kemp, do hereby accept the Eorzean Alliance's proposal. You must understand, however, that our cooperation comes with certain caveats.
Those caveats being...
I take no joy in this, just so you know. Were it within my power, I'd offer you more assistance. But the Resistance is far more fragmented than you realize. The men and women in my care belong to but one of many factions. Simply put, I can only speak for the people of Rolga's Reach. Now, I have every intention of appealing to the others, and I expect many will agree, but it will take time, and I cannot guarantee universal support.
Understood. I shall see that the Alliance is under no misapprehensions as to your position.
Much obliged. But that's not the whole of it. As you can imagine, the loss of those who cast their lot with the Griffin left us short on numbers. Some of our most trusted veterans died at the wall, and we've had to fill their posts with the young and inexperienced. Frankly, everything's in a right bloody mess.
Oh, we'd be more than happy to help you get back on your feet. If we're going to work together, we'll be doing ourselves a favor.
Well, there's no shortage of work to be done, that's for sure. We're in dire need of new blood, too.
Ishtola and I could lend a hand in the infirmary. From what I saw, they could do with a few more healers.
Very well. I, for my part, shall return to the Rising Stones. I'm certain there are others among the Scions who would welcome the opportunity to fight for Alamegan liberation.
Is there anything else we can do to help?
I had something else in mind for you, lot. Monargo and Mefred will tell you more.
Understood. We won't let you down.
So yeah, you gotta get assigned a mission. I think it might be in talking, but we'll see if it's in cutscene. If I remember correctly, a lot of the areas by 60 have a lot of talking quests. So it's a little different than, per se, if we go to Heavensward. I think it's like there. No, never mind. I feel like there's going to be a good amount of talking quests in a little bit, though. But that's at some point later. I was just more so thinking about that because I'm like, I remember there being something, yeah. Let's say 3 minutes. That's about 3 minutes. Yeah, there's some good stuff there. There's just a lot of introduction, obviously, so... Looking at the next one, there's just a couple of quick ones here. Okay, so then we're going to be going on to... Signed, sealed to be delivered. Which sounds like it's a reference to something, but honestly, I do not have the knowledge for said reference. So, let's write this down. Delivered. These ones might be ones I have to take more time to write down before we start cutscene, because of the fact that they've all been single cutscenes, so let's get into this. Boom. Again, hope people are having good days. So this is where you go back to tell them things, and you go back with Monargo and everything.
It is good to see you again, my friends. I hope you are here to tell me you have made contact with the Resistance.
We are, General. Allow me to introduce Monago of Rolga's Reach.
At your service, sir. And may I say what an absolute honor it is to stand before the Bull of Alamigo.
These are not the Blood Sands, girl. You and I are but soldiers on a battlefield fighting for the same cause.
As you say, General. On behalf of Commander Kemp of the Alamigan Resistance, I present to you our formal response.
Good. I'm glad we've reached an accord. Though I was not aware you had suffered such losses.
Aye. Some of our finest took part in the Griffin's doomed assault, and we've been struggling to find new recruits ever since. The massacres cast a pall over the whole Resistance, and many who might once have been open to joining us have since thought better of it.
After all of the Griffin's false promises, one can hardly blame them. They have no desire to give their lives for a lost cause.
We will not lie to them. This is war, and lives will be lost. Yet what we offer is not the fever dream of a madman, but true hope.
The people need proof of this, Father. Let us show it to them. I say we stand shoulder to shoulder with our new allies and engage the Garleans in open warfare. The Resistance must demonstrate that they can hold their own against Imperial regulars. And with our assistance, I am confident they can do just that. If we can achieve even a token victory, I believe it will serve to rekindle the hope of the Alamigan people and inspire them to rise up once more.
Aye. Aye. Once word spread that we'd won a battle against the Garleans, I'd wager we'd have new recruits flocking to us from miles around. The question is, when and where do we strike?
I'm glad you asked. I have a plan.
That's like the inspiring confidence thing, kind of in a way like how they tried to inspire confidence in Ishgard with everything, but in a different way. It's kind of interesting because I know in post story they're just kind of like, boom, we're gonna try and inspire our people with all the bad stuff going on. So it's a good strategy. I'm glad they used it again. It's very interesting seeing it so soon after too. Yeah. Let's go. Yeah. Okay. I remember a lot of these, but it's really interesting seeing how many voices are here just for initial planning when they would usually put reading by now. So that's very interesting to see. So now we're gonna actually get interrupted before we go there. So we're gonna see best served with cold steel. I don't know what's being served, but I imagine it's not good. Steel doesn't taste good last time I checked. I mean, if I'm wrong, let me know. But I'm pretty sure that steel isn't good to eat. It's not very edible. Okay. There we go. Okay. Let's go with these couple cutscenes with best served cold. Or with cold steel. You know what? I bet, that could just generally talk about surfing in general. Or just fighting terms. Anyways, let's get going. Never really thought about that. They really like slipping in their puns. cursed.
Things looked grim for us after Cartano, didn't they? Oh, how they doubted us. Yet here we are, right as rain, with fancy new toys to put through their paces. It's like all my name days have come at once! Well, 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 if it isn't Garland's little troublemaker. I can't wait to see the look on Xenos' face when I bring him your head. That is, if my secret weapons here don't grind it into mush. Attack!
So I remember this being a somewhat fun duty when you first do it, because you're just being assaulted by a good amount of Alamegans and everything, and just like, what? Or not Alamegos, Imperials, that's what I meant. And you're like, whoa, and then this thing keeps pointing stuff at you. It was fun when I first did it, I liked it. Also, I hope you wouldn't like that, Xeno. I don't think that would be good. I think you would agree. Let's go to the next one, though. See what happens after we go through this instance thing.
Oh! Damn it all! Miracles of Magitech design, my arse! I've passed harder stools than these piles of scrap. You'll pay for this. Mark my words, the next time we meet will be the last.
Aye! Run and tell your Viceroy! The day belongs to El Amigo! Yeah!
Yeah!
I just realized, why am I missing my sword in that cutscene? That was a little weird. Oh, it's nice to see you, Winter. Hope you're doing good. Nice seeing you around. Hope you're doing swell. I want to... it's 2.5. Okay. Okay. So we did that one. So we got a successful victory on the Garlands, and that's really good. It's really good. They have a lot of cutscenes for some of the smaller stuff, which I like, but I tend to not remember as much, and I forgot the fact that it's literally you assaulting them. This is the one that you planned for. But yeah. Oh, good luck with the final school thingies, the school things, the ones where you write and do stuff. Hope you enjoy that. Or you know, that depends. That is not exactly true, but anyways, good luck with all that. Good luck with that. Stay strong. Okay, so next thing we're going through is going to be us sort of coming back after our victory. So yeah. So familiar. That was an I, not an A. Face. Forgotten. Okay, let's go. Yeah, I hope everyone's doing good who's coming as well. We're just watching all the cutscenes. I hope you all are having lovely days. Okay, let's keep going. Do good, y'all.
I remember the peaks of Girabania, silent watchmen that would stand long after we were gone. We came seeking allies to join us in the fight against the Empire. People who had had enough. People who had suffered every possible indignity, who had been treated like animals, day after day after day.
So that kind of goes to just sort of be like, oh, okay, you met one of the commanders before, you know, with Monago and Conrad, Mefred, and he sort of guides you to the quarry mill. Or no. Oh, right. No, we met him in the quarry mill. And then we sort of go forth to Lisa's birthplace. I forgot the name of it. It's actually Lagania. Yeah. You sort of get into this new area. I'm trying to remember its name right now. I forgot to pause the timer. That's fine though. We'll put 2 minutes anyways. But yeah, it's sort of your intro to go over there. I forgot you didn't have a cutscene before you went over here. With how fast we're moving here with everything. Yeah, it's just sort of your thing. I'm gonna label this as Elegant. Ghana. There we go. Okay. There we go. Check that off. Okay. Okay. Next one is going to be nearing the end of level 60. Seeing what's going on after you talk to people. You try and talk to people along the way. They really... The best way to describe it is that they really don't care for you and don't want to help you. They're just kind of pushing you away as you come there, because they're like, listen, we could try and help you fight the Empire. Well, we're not going to. What I really mean is that they just don't want to help because they've been battered so much by the Empire. And honestly, I can't blame them. But they're pretty much like, okay, we want to live a life of peace, so we're just going to listen to them and live in peace. So it's one of those situations. It's one of those more dangerous situations. You're like, I get that. That's also scary, though. It's very scary on either end, yeah. Yeah. Let's go to the Black Wolf's pups. You know. So, let's go. Wait, they did wolves. Oh, no, it's because it's the title. Gosh damn it. It's fine.
Are they Imperials?
Worse. Skulls. Listen, Lise. Whatever happens, stay hidden and do not intervene. Understood?
What?
You there! Halt! You know you shouldn't be here. Explain yourself.
Forgive me, sir. I came to deliver the tributum.
Oh, aye. A likely story. Only a fool would dare to come so late. Or, mayhap, a resistance spy.
It's scary. Also, I just want to give context for before, is that we followed this guy because we were like, we could try and help you and see what's going on if we can glean anything from just following you. He's like, okay, just as long as I don't get caught, because I'm just trying to do my job, please. So it's kind of, there's the kind of catch up.
No, you've got it all wrong. I was waylaid by bandits. It's not my fault.
I said halt!
Is this a joke? You don't seriously expect us to believe this is a fake? How stupid do you think we are?
It is, I swear, on my mother's life.
Spare us. You came late, you lied about bandits, and then you tried to cheat the Empire of its due.
Think you can kill them all, including the ones watching from the tower? Even if you did, others would come for him and his family. You'd be condemning them all to a life of hard labor, assuming they didn't just execute them, that is.
But it isn't fair.
Yeah.
It's your bloody fault we're stuck out here patrolling this god's-forsaken wasteland. It's your fault I have to listen to people go on and on about how Alan Egans can't be trusted. I've worked and toiled harder than any man. I'm a citizen, goddammit. And what are you? A stupid, stubborn little dog who'd sooner bite the hand that feeds him and pine for the good old days.
That's enough! Lord Xenos is expecting our report.
I bet the poor bastard can't believe his luck. He gets to go home. We should do the same.
Okay, there we go. Okay. There we go. I'm done with that one. So yeah, there's a lot of things that's just going on there with just the fucked up nature of all that, but the fact that they're like, I want to do something, but we're so outmatched and we know there's people on the wall, just all these Garleans that they can call out, because it's pretty much a Garlean base that they've lived in for so many long years. That's just sort of like, well, can't do anything. But I also agree with Lise. I do. She was just like, this isn't fair. I'm not gonna let this happen. And I'm like, you know what, fair? I really agree. It's a little crazy. So we're gonna get into more stuff and regrouping, and I think just generally talking about people, of how we're gonna fight and deal with things, and where men go as one. So let's write that down. Okay. Let's go. Meanwhile, in the royal palace of Alamigo. Oh my gosh, can't believe I pronounced it that way. I've never pronounced it that way my entire life.
Alliance forces have occupied Castrum Orients and taken up positions along the length of the wall. Our patrols have engaged their reconnaissance parties on site, but there have been no significant exchanges, save one. A unit tasked with field testing prototype Magitech weapons was attacked. The weapons were destroyed, with the unit sustaining near total casualties.
Near total? Go on.
My lord, there was but a single survivor from the unit in question, which falls under my command. According to his report, they were ambushed by a contingent of Eorzean Alliance regulars, abetted by resistance insurgents.
A simple ambush and only one survivor. A fine day's work. The stubbornness to survive is not without worth. He may live. However, the 12th is no place for the weak.
He shall be relegated at once, my lord. As you say, the 12th is no place for cowards who count their lives more precious than the cause.
Indeed, indeed. We have no need of cowards.
My lord,
Cowards, who defer critical missions to their subordinates, who hide within their castra, never meeting their prey in battle, never staring into the whites of their eyes. Why, when confronted with a heretofore unknown icon, did we surrender the wall to the Alliance? Because my honored father, in his infinite wisdom, has not seen fit to grant us leave to march on their lands. Accordingly, we have extended an invitation to our neighbors. Gir Abania is where we shall host them. The field upon which we shall enjoy the sport of kings. Patience is paramount.
cornered animals may have spirit, but they are ultimately predictable and very poor sport. But if one dangles the promise of freedom before them while nipping at their heels to stoke their passion, then things become interesting. It is a delicate dance, one which asks much of my hounds. And so I put the question to you, my fellow huntsman. How shall we deal with these savages?
My lord, I have a proposal.
Silence, Alamegan! You do forget yourself! Only by the grace of Lord Van Baelsar were you afforded a place here, and that in name alone. We have no need of your proposals, savage.
This savage yearns to hunt her own. The floor is yours, Commander.
Thank you, my lord.
There we go. Let's call it 7. The timing here is getting weird. But yeah, might be on purpose, Zeno. But a lot of the things the Garlean Empire is really fucked up, so we're getting more of a insight into them, which is interesting at the very least. More so than the camps, because those just felt like outposts that they tried to take control of in Eorzea, but they couldn't because we kept fighting back. But it's interesting. Yeah, Xenos is a thing. Not Xeno, but Xenos. Let's not let that get confusing. He's an interesting one though. We'll let him play out. You can see how crazy that man's inner machinations is. I know, this is where it's going to get confusing. At some point, I might just call you Bia. If it gets too confusing at some point. I was thinking about that while I was sitting there. Yeah, no, there's a lot here. Yeah. Yeah, no, he's psychotic. It's very interesting seeing his inner machinations because you can really already see how insane this man is with the fact that not only is he like a really evil ruler, let's put that to the side, disregarding that, this man, he sort of has people parade around him, although I think that's probably some tried and tested thing from Garlemald. But there's the fact that he's just like, oh, this guy reports it. It's like, people failed. We have no needs for cowards. Here's Xenos like, oh my gosh, you're right. What a smart one. And then he freaking kills him. I'm just like, I find it very rude when not only are you like, oh no, we failed, that's not good. He just goes and like hurts the delivery person and just like, oh yeah, you're a coward too. And so his inner machination is so weird because I feel like he might have done something to freaking Fordola. If she if she's spoken in different terms, but since she was like, oh, I wanna go for these Alamegans, he was like, no, shut up, you, let her speak. It's really weird seeing his inner machinations where you can see that, okay, he his entire purpose right now is that he wants people to fight. So it's different. Yeah, something like that. It's true. So now I think we're going to be doing something on the side with everyone else now. So in Crimson it began, and I believe if I'm correct. I'll give context to something as we see this begin, because honestly, I'm not gonna lie, Stormblood goes fast, but also slow. Like, yeah. So we're gonna deal with that as we go through. Okay, but let's go in with this. Let's begin it. Ha! That's not proper English. Okay, this is exactly where I thought it was. Okay, this is exactly where I thought it was. Let's let the speech talk out first.
Excellent. The disposition of the Imperial forces is exactly as expected. I will notify Father.
So I think at this point we are planning to raid this area to gain a part of Alamigo back, to help Alamigo. Now, I think we're in the process where we were just trying to look out, and we fought a couple Imperial soldiers beforehand here. So we're just kind of waiting things out to see what the fuck is going to happen with all these Garlean forces and seeing if we can do anything. So yeah. Actually, you're right. Zen or Zenny. You've got a point. I might actually do that. Yeah. Okay. I think I like that. Cause Zen and Xeno, you can Zen and Xenos is something they can differentiate. So I might do that. That's actually a good idea. You were Zenny before on the Pokemon Nuzlocke when we were doing that. Yeah. But yeah, I just want to give pre-context that we're just thinking of raiding an area, and this is one of the areas that is more or less less guarded, and we're going to try and do something here. So anyways, I was giving us context for that. But yes, I think I will call you Zen or Zenny.
Cannon fire! Where did it come from?
Smoke! There! Is that... Oh gods, it's Relga's Reach.
And then we get a
It's no
distraction.
use. I think someone's jamming our communications.
And then here's a distraction.
You don't think... Could this be part of a coordinated attack?
Too early to draw conclusions. We must abort the assault and return to the Reach at once.
Forward! Forward! Give them no quarter!
You!
Traitor! Kinslayer!
You're no kin of mine!
Well, well. Stand aside, Pilus. This one has promise.
Have a care, my lord. She's not like the others.
Do not disappoint me, girl, or I will kill you.
Seven hells! It's him! It's Xenos!
Let me ruin the moment by saying for a second, while it's still relevant and you get to see more of this cutscene. Also, yeah, this is really kind of fucked up. Also, I gotta say, the way that they introduced that character is that he just died very recently and he just came in as a character we knew, but I suppose it makes sense for a war front that we're going to be losing a lot of people, in particular people we know, but it's a little weird. I do want to say, though, the one thing I wanted to point out is that I hope you enjoy Xeno's motorized golf bag. Like, you know, the golf bag that holds golf clubs. You're welcome. He goes golfing on the weekends with the swords. There you go. Take that as you will.
The Viceroy! Oh, you are a dead man! Ah!
So spirited, and yet so empty. Ah, a magical barrier. Alas. It will not save you.
How? Yashoda!
Hold the line, Byrolga! Hold the line!
Cryle!
Alphino!
We saw the smoke and thought we heard explosions. Are we under attack?
The Imperials were all over us before we realized what was happening. No one knew where to run or what to do. It was chaos.
Also, yeah, it's the little saying. I also want to give some context if people couldn't tell. We pretty much swapped between view of what was happening in Ralgar and us running up there. It's a very interesting instance that they decided to sort of show that, hey, they were going to swap between what's happening so you know what's going on before it happens. So it's interesting. Yeah, there's just... Kryle's like, there's a lot going on. We need help at Ralgar's.
Lise and Master Kemp rallied the guards and bought us enough time to get some of the wounded to safety, but I haven't seen either of them since.
Confound it! If we lose the Reach, this will all have been for naught.
Arenvold, can you escort these people to the wall?
Aye, sir.
Our place is at the Reach. We must offer such aid and succor as we are able. Saving lives is now our paramount concern.
If If we can hold back the Imperials until Father sends reinforcements, we may yet turn the tide.
I'll join you. I've done all I can for these people, and you'll be crying out for a healer in there.
I fear you're right. Come, there is no time to lose.
What took you so long?
Alphino, I need your help!
My lord, the prisoners!
See to your men, Pylus.
As you command, my lord.
Your friends were a disappointment. But you will entertain me, will you not?
So you have a 3v1 with frickin' Poppin and Alice against Xenos, and eventually that entire fight sums up to a lot. It's pretty difficult, and there's a lot of stuff going there. I think the first time I did it, I was a summoner, but yeah, but fair. That is valid. That's how it would be. Okay, so let's go into the next thing and see how we win. Oh my god, it had to be. I remember that fight. You have to move a lot. And also, we didn't win this time. We didn't win. We lost.
Pathetic.
Seven hells.
He just kind of easily overwhelmed you during that entire fight. And eventually just like, yeah, no.
Shall we give chase, General?
Nay. There has been enough death this day. See to the wounded.
Aye, sir.
glass?
I'm gonna say pride. This is what DM would say. Even more character options, and DM would feel pretty fucking defeated. Yeah.
There's no ordinary folk who best the likes of you.
Don't you die on me, Ishola! Hold on!
Don't worry, it's going to be all right. Alphino, Master Kemp is all yours.
Understood.
Don't just stand there gawping. Hold her down while I work. The worst is past, but without the proper facilities, I can do no more.
Master Kemp too would be better served in the infirmary. Let us take them there without delay.
Give us a hand, would you, Lise?
Of course.
I know you must be exhausted, but there will be others who need our help. Leave these two to us and look to the other wounded.
Okay, and yeah, that's what we get for in Crimson. It began. We got our ass kicked. The way that I would distinguish this is that I feel beforehand we had a lot of things where we were over triumphed by things like, in particular, Nidhogg, with what happened with the Stydian at the end of Heavensward. Or things like the Ossians in Moonbrita and everything. Just like all those things where there were situations where we were in dire straits. Oh hell, even the thing in Realm Reborn with level 35, it's Livia or Lviva, I think. You know, the one that wore the white armor and raided people to Realm Reborn and like nicked a bunch of your friends. And the pixie. Like all of those moments are very good. Even particularly the one in Realm Reborn, because that's what got me into this game. Other than other things, but I think this moment for this dungeon, the fact that it's our first level 61 quest and there's kind of nothing we can do to come back from it, makes it feel really different for me than those other encounters, because there's just utterly nothing you can do. You're just like, this man kind of just came in, fucked everything up, and went away because he's like, you're disappointing, come back later. and you're like, damn you. But this encounter is like so out of nowhere, but it kind of fits how they established Xenos. Although I did wish they established it a little earlier with Xenos, but I guess we're just showing him getting command and everything. But it kind of shows you how he just did it on the spur of the moment, because like, oh, well, my people failed. I'm immediately going there. And I'm going to deal with it, so. Yeah, this defeat feels kind of different to me, though, because you're just like, my friends are kind of fucked up right now, and we just kind of failed our raid, and they got the perfect opportunity since we weren't there. So yeah. It's just like, my gosh. So there's just a lot of things going on, and the fact that Fordola's plan kind of worked out is like, oh, okay, damn. So apparently what she had planned is just go get Ralgers, and then Xena was like, oh, what about now? And she's like, okay, why not? So yeah, Surprise Assault is scary. So we're gonna check in with people in a second. But let me let my dog out because he wants to be out again, even though he just came in. So we're gonna do Divide and Conquer after I help my dog. So, Rigby, do you want out? Do you want out, buddy? You want out? Yeah, Rigby, out? Yeah? I can't have you be indecisive. Hey, Rigby, I'm gonna close it. Close it. Nope, he just wants to stay here. Hi. Oh. You want to say hello to everyone, Rigby? I'm okay with the word punch. It said punch. I will punch my cousin was the bad one. I know what you mean, though. Hi, dog. There was dog here. He is sitting in lap because apparently he wants to be here now. I'm assuming you mean Xenos, though, which is funny. Yeah. Because that boy mean. Right, Rigby? So yeah. Let's go ahead and watch this other cutscene though, because apparently dog wants to be here and he wants pets. Right, Rigby? Okay. Do divide and okay, let's go.
Were it not for the swift actions of the Scions and the Alliance, many more would have died. You risked your lives to save ours, and for that we thank you.
There is no need for thanks. We are allies, are we not?
Aye, just so. Let us not dwell on this tragedy, but look to the future.
The future? I'm sorry, General, but there is no future for us. We've lost too many. Gods, I can still see Mefrid with that woman standing over him. They've ripped the heart out of us, General. They've broken us. Our fight is over.
Master Kemp, please.
I'll always hate them with every fiber of my being. For what they took from us then and now. Our homeland, our freedom, our bloody children.
You mean the Skulls? The youths who fight for Xenos?
Grania Lupi, the Black Wolf's legacy and our shame. A unit made up of children born to Alamegan dignitaries who came of age during the occupation. Sons and daughters of Gir Abania, raised to be proud citizens of the Empire, with all the rights and responsibilities that entails. It'd be easy to curse them and call them traitors, but they're our children. Our flesh and blood. If the only way to forge the future we want is to cut down our own, then...
Then what was it all for?
Nargo.
What will you say to the families of the fallen? To the mothers, and the widows, and the orphans? Will you tell them it was all for nothing?
Listen to the girl. We dare not suffer our comrades' sacrifices to have been in vain. Now is the time to steel our resolve and press on, painful though it may be.
And when Xenos comes back with his army, what then? This isn't the first time, you know. You'll be hard-pressed to find men brave or stupid enough to face him again.
I still can't believe how strong he was. He humiliated us back there. The Warrior of Light included. Gods help us if he's next in line to the Garlean throne.
Loath though I am to say it, we should not be surprised. Before succeeding Van Baelsar in Alamigo, Xenos led the Imperial army to Doma, where he crushed the rebellion utterly. As a matter of fact, Doma remains in his charge to this day. Suffice it to say, Varus's heir is a peerless warrior and an accomplished general. The question is, how are we to contend with such a foe?
Here's what we have to do. Also, Doggy giving me attention, so he might get loud at some point. He's just getting really lovey, right, Rigby? Okay. We fight, we fight and we fight and we keep on fighting until we win. Yeah, that's how it works. I have a feeling you're about... Yeah, let's go with that one. I have a feeling you're about to tell us. I haven't done this before, totally not.
Well, to put it simply, we have one legatus overseeing two provinces a world apart. I say we divide and conquer. We kindle the flames of revolution in Doma once more, thereby forcing Xenos to fight a war on two fronts.
For that, there would need to be someone left to fight on this front by the time you got back. Look, I'll not deny the plan as promised, and I feel for our brothers and sisters in Doma, truly I do. But I fear we lack the strength to see it through.
Have faith in your people, Master Kemp. Them and the Scions. Hold fast, rebuild, and when all is in place, we shall defeat Xenos together.
If you're going to Doma, I'm coming too. I want to help our friends there, and make sure nothing like this ever happens again.
Give us the time we need, and we will give you something far greater.
Very well. For all you have done for us, we will fight on. But be swift, comrades. Alamigo has suffered enough.
Okay, there we go. Okay. So... let's see here. Hold on, just... There we go. Written down. Okay. So that sort of explains that. We're not in a situation where things can work right now if we keep going at the pace we're at. So we need to help people who were sort of alluded to earlier, which is Doma, and go and help them over there since Xeno also controls that, and Xenos is the main problem. Because we're okay with most of the soldiers. It's it's just we need to find a place where Xeno isn't right now, so I'm gonna try and go on and go to Not Without Incident. So we're immediately going to Doma, which, at level 61, which, at first it's like a surprise. I think it's pretty good, but I can also see why people think it's very divisive, because you barely get into 61 and 60 and you're already leaving the new area. But, it's interesting, but, you know, keeping in mind with everything, it's sort of like, oh. But yeah, it goes fast. Like I said, when it was going to go fast, it's going to go fast. So yeah, let's do not without incident. Now, let me write that down, because we found some ways to get over there from I think alludes to everything when we sort of go through and go to Limsa, and we have some connection with people like, oh, we can do this and that, and, you know, so do not. Okay, let's go. Is this reading?
"12 be praised. Full sure was I that I had come too late."
Urianger! Tell me you haven't come all this way just to see us off.
Nay, my lady. Ere you quit these shores for eastern climes, I wished to share some words of seeming import. Look ye where the sun doth rise. See crimson embers, darkening skies. Look ye where the sun doth fall. See azure lost amidst the squall.
Well, that sounds suitably foreboding. Another one of your prophecies, I presume?
Of far eastern origin, aye. It is mine earnest hope that this ancient wisdom may serve to guide you on your journey. For what dangers lie in wait for you upon those distant shores are yet beyond my knowing.
Oh, a parting gift befitting your roundabout ways. Thank you.
I have more than words for you, my lady.
She gets a new sword.
It's beautiful. Is it for me?
Though undeniably powerful, your ethereal blade taxeth you greatly in the wielding. Not so this rapier, which shall serve you just as well against all but the most formidable foe.
Impressive. It feels as though it's attuned to my ether. I shall treasure it.
Honored guests, say your farewells, for the moment of our parting draws nigh. A fair wind blows, and I mean to follow it.
It would seem our ship is set to sail. Pray give my regards to Thancred and the others. And take care.
So I'm gonna give context for a second, because I don't think they show the dungeon here, but what happens is that right when you get on the boat, you get launched into a cutscene, and then it brings you back to the boat, and then being like, okay, something's gonna be happening. So I'm gonna quickly check this here for a second and see how this goes, but if not, I might show cutscenes of the dungeon for particular reasons. Okay, yeah, they're not showing it. They're not showing it. Okay. Let's go ahead and look through some of the dungeons. It's not the area. Never Reap's a nice dungeon. I like that one. Anti-tower. Oh yeah, this is a dungeon you do later too, which is Matoya's tower. This is the one that we went in before. Trying to go slow here, so okay, there we go. Siren Song Sea. Now this one's a little important because like I said, it puts you on a boat and it's like, okay, we're going to crash. Also, I want to give more context again. I have not done these quests, but I heard from a friend that the people who in some crafting quest, these pirates are involved that are characters who talk right now. And they are like kind of involved in a plot line, so you get to actually know him and what he's actually like beforehand before you do this. So they give you little interesting tidbits like that where it's like, oh, okay, these characters being introduced at main story when they're introduced in crafting, which is really cool. Also, there's another one of these really cool dungeons that goes straight into a new area, kind of like Somal. I really loved how that dungeon was executed when I first did that. So let's watch the intro cutscene and see some of the things. They're the same boat you start the duty on. And you get a little bit of NPCs to help you out. This is the first time this happens, other than with Asinian in Somal. But pretty much the first time it happens, so it's fun. Now, I think 2 will show us... Will it not show us? It'll at least show us the boss, which is important. Now, what I'll give for context for this entire dungeon is that I actually pretty much know this is, well, I'm not sure if it's confirmed by the developers, but to me it feels confirmed. Okay, see you, Rigby. That the developers made Siren Song Sea a direct reference to Final Fantasy V. Now, there's a dungeon that you do in 5. Where you go on a ghost ship, and you go on a couple of ghost ships to try and do something. I won't give context for that, but I've seen the beginning enough to see that dungeon. And the final boss of this dungeon has the exact same name as the Siren that was in that game too, in Final Fantasy V. So they try and hammer into the references, and then later on, because this entire thing is a shipwreck, just like the other area, and the shipwreck is all kind of like ghostly and ethereal and everything. So it's kind of hammering in more of the things that the last dungeon had a few 6 references. This place is just a reference to 5. The mount that you get for this is one of the companions you have in 5. They've done that for pre-order hints as well, so if there's things in other games you're like, oh, this is gonna have references to this game, interesting. So yeah, this has a lot to do with 5. I really like Siren Song Sea. It's a pretty good dungeon. It's kind of fun, a little confusing at first with all the fire circles and everything, but it's very ghostly, and there's a couple pulls that do get scary, but I find it fun. But yeah, you kind of go through there and do all that stuff. I don't know about any of the costumes here being direct glamours like Sid's outfit from 6 was for the last dungeon for Balthazar's Wall. But I thought it would be really interesting because this is our first quote-unquote Far East dungeon. It's kind of the best way to call this because this dungeon's just it's just the areas over here are just kind of different with Hinagashi and Norththird. So yeah, there's some things going on with that. But anyways, we'll get back to Stormblood. And yeah, okay. So let's go to Not Without Incident. Okay, there we go. Cutscene 2. Let's go. So this is after adventure. And here's where we're going to be in a second.
A fine day, is it not? Fair winds and following seas. The Misery is enjoying herself. Nevertheless,
did I do it out of
it
order?
would not do for you to spend the entirety of our voyage above deck. Let me show you to your quarters.
I did get it wrong. I should have shown this cutscene. Damn it. It's fine. I don't know how I forgot about this scene.
Is it supposed to do that?
Not under normal circumstances.
Captain! You're needed on deck! Something queer's afoot. The winds died down, the waters went still, and all of a sudden, we were dragged off course.
Dragged? By what?
Can't rightly say, sir. But some of the lads are muttering about seeing things in the water. Things that shouldn't be there.
Oh, for the love of... If you will excuse me a moment. Actually, might I persuade you to join me? Loath though I am to admit it, I have a bad feeling about this.
You want to know why? That's a direct reference to Final Fantasy V. Just like the same way they get into that situation, so that's fun to keep in mind. I think this is after the dungeon. Please prove me right. This is after you walk out. Yes. So this is after you beat the boss. You go out here to this side.
Thank the 12
of Hinagashi.
Everything here would appear to be in order. Good. Repairs should be completed by the time we return to the Misery, whereupon we shall resume our journey without further delay.
I swear, if I never hear another ghost story, it will be too soon.
I remember the sea, the smell of the salt, and the crash of the waves as we drew closer to Kugane. The only port open to outsiders in Hingashi, across the Ruby Sea from Othard, from Doma. All the colors of the rainbow, all the peoples of the world, all in one place. I wish you could have seen it.
Okay, there we go. Okay. 6. So, that is our intro to Kugane and this entire area, which we are currently in. So now we're kind of trying to investigate stuff over here and sort of divide and help stuff out. For which I will currently use, there we go. I'm gonna go to a different glamour. If I can remember the one I want to use. Let's just walk around with one of the classes I was introduced during Stormblood, which was Red Mage. Two of the classes introduced here were specifically Red Mage and no, it was Red Mage and Samurai. Duh, Samurai. I don't have much going on with Samurai, but I have played a good amount of Red Mage. Don't call me out. I totally don't have Alisae's sword. Anyways, yeah, so I'm just gonna kind of walk around with Red Mage because it's one of the ones that was introduced here. It's a pretty interesting class with how they've done here. Probably one of the two strongest like ways Red Mage has been introduced, so it's interesting. Okay, well, let's keep going. We have this nice little place here too with like the tea area, the stuff where we could redo our hair, etc, etc, etc. So let's go take a look around at Kugane and see what this place is about, because this place is pretty good, at least to me. But here's where the inn is. Very pretty. They have them sort of split up because this is a bathhouse. So there's a little bit of hot springs here, and people enjoying the hot springs. But yeah, there's a lot of nice stuff here. I like the little touches with the people's sandals there and everything. But this area is a place that I really like. It was by far one of the ones that I walked around in for a solid hour, because one of my friends was waiting for me here. It was Floofmo. And they were waiting to show me this area because they're like, oh yeah, I love this place. I'll live here forever. When they got here, they're like, this is one of my favorites. But I love how colorful this area is with how they did Kugane. It's very interesting. I don't know what this is supposed to specifically be. Don't worry about these people. Totally not a cross promotion. Yeah, they have a couple of fun things. I love how it looks at night in the morning, just for both of it, because this place is just so lively. You can see all the merchants here. doing their own trades, people talking. Over here's where you do the Weaver quest. My assumption is when you get the other ones higher enough, then you'll do more stuff over here. But for the time being, I haven't done much with Weaver here, but I will at some point. But there's a lot of... This area is very nice. But it's really interesting because we get our two city-states really early on, in a sense. Compared to Idleshire, that was buffered till very late. Which also makes it interesting, but also I wish we spent more story time there. But we get some more in other quests, like Hildebrand. So, yeah. But, I really like this area. I think this is a prison. If I am to be correct. Maybe. Or, you know what, maybe a military training ground. Yeah, there's a lot of nice things going on here. I love how Kugane looks. Now, I'm pretty sure from how things are set up on our map here, is that this area is supposed to vaguely represent, Japan and Korea area. Because of all the business going on here, that would make sense. But yeah, they have that, and Orthard's supposed to kind of be an homage to China. So yeah, got different things. There's also a housing unit here, which I was thinking of moving to at some point, but the current time no. Yeah. I know there's so many nice things in the city. I love how the banners glow over here. How pretty, like, all the like dull red looks across the area here. It's really good. There we go, turning off HUD. That's what I usually do when I explore and show places off. And I love the music. I absolutely love the music. Yeah, this has to be one of the funner city-states to sort of explore around. They have like little seats here. Well, there's so many areas to go down in this entire city. So like layered. I love it. Yeah, Kugane is one of my favorite areas. I really love it. I will hydrate. Thank you. We'll take a seat somewhere. Where can we sit? And get a nice area to sit at while we hydrate. Are there any seats? Well, I guess I could take a seat down anywhere. Let's take a seat here. Oh, whoops, we should. There we go. Okay. Hydrate. Okay, there we go. Hydrated. Thank you, Zeno. Okay. Hello, Arklink. Hope you're doing good. Hope everything's going good with you. We're just sort of exploring around the new area because we got our butt handed to us by someone. And we're trying to divide and conquer, basically. That's basically the catch up. I hope you're doing good, Arklink. Hope you're having a swell day. Just exploring Kugane. I love this area. I have a little nice boat area here. It looks really good. I like the details they put in for this area. Like how Idleshire had its own things with its own people just going around doing things. I like how this place has like these people scrubbing the deck and, you know, sweeping. All these nice areas here. I like it. Yeah. Nice thing here. Can I do a funny shortcut here, or do I always try and do it and it never works? Yes! Funny shortcut. This area here. This person does triple triad. I remember trying to beat them a lot, and then I finally got all the cards. And I was happy. I totally didn't start going crazy for Stormblood at this time. Well, I've never really gone into this place before. Seems like a storage shed. Okay. Oh, I can't believe I've never been in that house before. Or a house storage unit. Yeah, there's a lot of different things that they have over here that's real nice. Yeah, I'm gonna walk around a little more, and then we'll go back in the room though. I think one of my favorite parts about going through and doing stuff here is the time where we get a break from cutscenes and I can go and explore areas. Like, I love doing the cutscenes, but I also like showing the towns off because I think they're really well made. They have a little housing unit here. They have a beautiful little garden here. Absolutely beautiful. Probably one of the best place for pictures. We got frickin' koi. Look at that. Look at those carp. Look at them. Love them. Yeah. This area is very beautiful. I like it. There's the housing units over here, which I think are for people of Garlean influence. They'll talk more about it a little later. Sort of a housing sect. The market's over here. Yeah, you can tell that you could like walk around this place proper for a while. Yeah, okay, this is the marketplace. So they have like crafting goods sort of grouped over here. I think was it over there or was it over here? They have a place where all the crafting stuff is sectioned, and then all the battle gear that you can buy over there, I think. Yeah, that's what it's like. You can have your company chest here. This area also has a company chest. This area has all the workings of a normal town, which is good. I think at the very least, right? No, yeah, they do, yeah. Because they have the market board and everything. Compared to... What was the thing that... There was something that, that Ishgard was lacking. Oh no, it was the company chest. And it's a company chest, so I love that. But it's only because of the fact that I have a free company, so it matters to me. Or well, I am in one. I don't have one. I have one with my friends. And it makes the company chest really nice because we put all our dice in there. I'm like, okay, I like that. I like having all my dice on hand. But yeah, you know, there's a lot of beautiful locales and good places for pictures here. It's very good. There's also this aetheryte. Looks pretty different. A lot more rounded. Yeah, there's also... Okay, let me show y'all something. Go through here. Oh, this is the area that we entered in on, so this is where the dock is. It's very nice, and you can go back and forth from Limsa whenever you want, which is also good. Well, let's ignore this little trade unit area and go up here. So we can do something. So for a while now, there've been little parkour courses throughout this throughout different areas of the game. I don't think I'm going to do all of it. I'm just going to go on one attempt. But there's a parkour area here that is a very beautiful spot. You don't get anything from doing it. I've done it, I want to say once. I remember twice, but I'm going to go with once. I went up here and it was very nice looking. The reward is just that you did it in a system that really wasn't built for it. But there's nice stuff here. I just walked around the entire thing, dude. Okay, it's fine. Yeah, no, it's an interesting challenge if you want to go for it. I just want to get up to the next one. Yes, you're right. That is completely true. Yeah, no, this... I used to do this during queues all the time when I was in Stormblood. I would just constantly do this over and over. If I was queuing to level some classes. Okay. Okay, you know what? That's a failure. Whee! I wish I could get down there. But I know I can't. Yeah. Too far. I know that's like kind of an achievement. But I mean, I don't know where to fall for that. Don't know where to fall. This has beautiful day music, by the way. Like, almost overwhelming. Did I show about everything? Actually, I think there's one thing we missed. Bum, 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 bum. But yeah, no, this is by far one of my favorite towns. Maybe favorite. I love how it looks. And I love how it's set up for all the Aetherites. So you can go and do stuff on your board and buy stuff and then go to your retainers, and then it's very easy to get to the inn. That's one of the things I didn't like about the Realm Reborn ones. The inns were very hard to access, but not extremely hard to deter you. It's just that it feels slightly more better, you know? That's the best way I would describe it. Yeah, it's good. Oh yeah, when I was talking about the Guardians before, yeah, here they are. Hi. They're kind of like, get out of here, scum. And I'm like, yeah, okay. You can tell the architecture is a lot different too, since it has something to do with that. There's also this place here, which is a building you use later. It's the Ul'dah exchange area. So this is where a trading unit for Ul'dah is. I think that's about everything. Yeah, that's about everything. No, let's go up there, actually. Or I could use the actual crystal. Okay, there we go. I gotta say, the new Aetherites, beautiful. For people who weren't here before, who weren't here for non-Echo Cinema stuff, beautiful. Beautiful. And really, I could get up here like this. It's nice. Look at those two. Powerful squats. Yeah, no, I like this area. There's a lot of fun things to do. In fact, one of the other fun things you can do is that, sort of like over here, you also get a sightseeing spot here. I love doing the sightseeing stuff. Basically what it is, hold on. Let me do this for a second. I'm gonna look through my log of them. I haven't looked at all of them, but I like what they give you for context. No, not that. Oh, okay. There we go. Is this one also? Okay, yeah. So this is an example of one here. So, example of one of the sightseeings is that they give you like a little bit of context of the area and a little flavor text. This one's like Kugane Dori, which is the shopping district, meaning gold in ancient Higan. Kugane is a port where golden fortunes are made, and it is on this bustling street that merchants earn lesser fortunes, or kogane. From famed wares to local specialties, there's something to suit every taste. To those who have to fill markets may also find amusement at the renowned Miki Koza Center. And then they also have the alleyways. This quite canal-side land offers a splendid view of the Tasogar Bridge, built in the distinctive arch style of the Far East. Just beyond lies Kugane Ofanakara, where vessels sail the seas are made, above which rises the airship tower, where vessels that soar the skies are moored. So sometimes they give you stuff. And they also give you impressions too. Roaming the vibrant Kugane, I came upon a spectacular vantage point. The breathtaking vista compelled me to sit down, and I knew that I wished to share it with all the world. So this is the one that you get for going to the top, I believe. So they give you like little stuff like this for doing sightseeing. It's not something that you need to do, but I like the flavor text. Yeah. So yeah, they have stuff like that. I really like them. I didn't show it in case I went to a future one by accident. So yeah. No, they're very nice. I've got about half of them, but I haven't got all of them yet. Okay, let's go back in. I find this place to be really nice, though. It's very good. All right. Here we go. Do I go in this glam? I don't feel it all the time, but I felt like walking around in it. Let's go back to Tried True. Summoner's my main. I really like the outfit. But I actually did not have the costume by this time. But let's keep on going. Boop. There we go. Okay. So for our next thing, we're going on to the Man from Ul'dah as we get an introduction to this area, other than my own introduction. Let's get timer up, and I'm moving pens because we're on a new page. Okay. Oh, I didn't even number these ones yet. Oh, I did. Never mind. Okay, let me do that for a second. This is why I like at least numbering it beforehand. Okay. Let's do this. I'll do up to 20, and then I'll write some more of it while we go through cutscenes. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's do The Man from Ul'dah. Let's see what goes on.
By the 12. I thought Ishgard remarkable, but this... We are certainly not in Eorzea anymore.
Yeah.
A tavern is a tavern, Alphino, here or anywhere else. Now, if you'll excuse me, it's time to do what I do best.
Information.
Oh, 1,000 pardons, my lady. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn, I presume. I hope your voyage was not too trying.
And you are?
Ah, yes, of course. Forgive me. Hancock of the East Aldenard Trading Company, at your service. On behalf of Chairman Lolorito, I bid you welcome to Kugani and invite you to take refreshments at our local offices.
Lolorito? I was aware his interests extended beyond the borders of Eorzea, but not so far as Kugani. Regardless, I am disinclined to accept the hospitality of grinning merchants, especially those who serve a master with whom we have such a difficult relationship.
My, such naked suspicion. I do hope that business with the Crystal Braves did not rob you of all faith in your fellow man. Or do you really think the chairman is plotting to drag you into another one of his grand schemes?
I beg your pardon? If you are trying to win my trust, you are failing quite spectacularly.
Oh dear, have I offended you? Once again, I must apologize. Too much time in the Far East, you see. One is compelled to talk in circles round everything here, and one finds oneself longing for the invigoratingly candid speech of the Ul'dah markets. Though I see now that this was neither the time nor the place to indulge said longing. Might I suggest that we continue this conversation at the company offices? Too many eyes and ears here, you understand. 'Twould be decidedly reckless to say any more.
If I may favor you with the invigorating candy you apparently crave, it would be decidedly reckless to follow a man I neither know nor trust. Give me one good reason why we should accept Lord Lolorito's invitation.
Now there's the young diplomat I was told to expect. Very well then, I shall explain. You understand that you are come to a most reclusive and secretive nation, yes? One whose borders are closed to foreign trade save at this single port. Then it should come as no surprise that a great many parties have vested interests here. Merchants like myself are a given, of course, but for every one of us, you may be certain there is also an agent of a foreign government. Many notable nations and empires have embassies here, you know, including, of course, the Garlean Empire, with whom you have such a difficult relationship.
To paraphrase, Kugani is teeming with Imperial spies, one or several of whom could now be listening to our every word.
Something to that effect, yes. Beneath this veneer of bustling trade, a war for supremacy is being waged between world powers.
One might say we were standing on the front lines, just not in public.
I still have my doubts, but he may have a point. I say we accept his invitation for now.
So, unfortunately, it's like, oh, okay. We're gonna have to meet with this man's now. But on the other hand, we have someone who's trying to help us in this time, but also is related to Lolo Rito. May I remind you to section of Lolo Rito. Not a good man at all. Oh. Like, he's not gonna kill us, but I hate him. He's willing to extort people, that's what it is. So now we're kind of going to check in stuff because Alhe's like, we should try at the very least and see what happens. So he does make a great point though, that probably being in a trade center where the Garleans are doing stuff in public probably isn't the best idea. Okay. So let's do By the Grace of Lolo Rito. I'm starting to notice that a lot of these quests have longer names than I care to remember, apparently. So let's just go on forward, shall we? Also, I'm just gonna preemptively dot these because I can. Okay, let's get going with this one.
Our thaumaturges took great pains to ward these walls against all manner of surveillance. Where business dealings are concerned, we do not compromise on confidentiality. You may avail yourselves of these offices for the duration of your visit. Come and go as you like, and know that you may speak freely here.
Your offer is most generous, but I will not enter into any agreement which would leave us beholden to you or your master.
A legitimate concern. Allow me to clarify then. The chairman bids you consider this as an expression of his heartfelt contrition for the bloody banquet and the unpleasantness which followed. Never having been one to put stock in words alone, the chairman deems the provision of material aid to be a more appropriate demonstration of his sincerity. By sheer coincidence, your purpose here also happens to coincide with our own interests. That is, assuming you are come to aid the Doman Liberation Front.
You can tell that they're following us and know what we're doing.
I will not bother to offer a denial. You have the right of it. To be specific, we are come in search of our Far Eastern allies, Yugiri and Gosetsu, whom we hope to assist in their fight.
The Auri Shinobi and the Rugadan Samurai? Then you will be pleased to know that they have both come to Kugani.
Are you sure?
Quite. They came here aboard a company vessel, you see. However, they encountered difficulties securing passage across the Ruby Sea.
The Ruby Sea? Sorry, I've never been any good at geography.
Forgive me. This calls for a map. We are here in Kugani, the sole open port of Hingashi, situated on her western coast. Doma, meanwhile, is here on the eastern coast of Otherd in Yansha. Therefore, if your friends are to reach Doma, they must first cross the Ruby Sea. Alas, this is easier said than done, as the Ruby Sea does not fall within the dominion of either Hingashi or Doma, being controlled since antiquity by a third party, namely the Confederacy. Said maritime collective is known for the consummate skill of its sailors, and for demanding that any vessel entering its waters pay a toll referred to as the Ruby Tithe. In exchange, the Confederacy's vast fleet guarantees the safety of those who travel within its territory. Now, as I'm sure you are aware, Garlemald conquered Doma some 25 years past, at which time the Empire saw no value in controlling the Ruby Sea, and thus did they turn a blind eye to the activities of the Confederacy. The recently appointed acting Imperial Viceroy of Doma had other ideas, however. She has formally condemned the Confederacy and declared that any who recognize their authority shall be branded enemies of the Empire. Bowing to this pressure, Hingashi severed ties with these toll-takers and forbade the payment of the Ruby Tithe, prompting the Confederacy to make it known that any merchants choosing to sail the Ruby Sea would do so at their peril.
No wonder they struggled to secure passage to Doma. What captain would risk such a journey given the circumstances?
I am told your friends were not so easily deterred from their course, but I know not whether their persistence bore fruit.
I say we follow in Yugiri and Gosetsu's footsteps and attempt to secure passage to Doma for ourselves. We will need to cross the sea in any case, and we may learn something of their whereabouts in the process. And should we find that they are still in Kugane, we can make the journey together.
In that case, I have some information which may be of use to you. No quid pro quo, I assure you. The chairman was most insistent that I aid you to the best of my ability.
So there we go. We kind of get an introduction stuff and get a little bit of like, okay, he's helping us, but we don't exactly trust him type thing. So we have that sort of thing. So yeah, we kind of get an introduction to that. Okay. There's also like pittering right now outside. It's really nice in the game. Gosh, I wish it was real life, but you know. It did rain the other day, though. It was very nice. I always love rain. I'm obsessed with it. But yeah, we kind of get told we need to go to the Ruby Sea in order to get to Doma in Oatherd. So yeah, Doma's important. So now we just try and find a way to get passage by sort of hearing, hey, oh, where's our friends? So we're gonna try and do, it's probably a trap thing. So yeah, let's just write this down. Look, that little friend there. There we go. Okay, let's get going. So we eventually hook up with someone who's like, hey, there's someone here that could help us. And it's a little Namazu.
He's late.
Also, we're very suspicious of him. Because he's kind of grubby and trying to gash prices at us.
Endless and most sincere apologies to you and yours, yes, yes. This way, quickly now.
Enough. Where are you taking us? Where is the ship?
The ship. So very sorry to inform you, yes. Long before was it pledged to another. To me, these ones are for Doma.
I knew it couldn't be this simple.
Nothing personal, yes, just business.
Then business is about to take a turn for the worse.
Ah!
Come on, let's find a way out of here.
So then we do duty because he's like, oh, get to the Imperial. Rawr, come here. Because all he cares about is money. But one thing that you also learn beforehand while going through Kugane and talking to people and sort of learning stuff about the area beforehand is that everyone's neutral. It's like, listen, if you tell me something, I have every right to tell everyone else. So you get that kind of attitude. It's like, okay, they're just being neutral and they're being like, yeah, no. We will be free to tell everyone evenly. We want to be even on everyone's terms. So it's interesting. But yeah, you get that very good moment where he freaking Lise, she kicks him because he's like, fuck you, how dare you. Just like the utter anger. She's like, no, I can't let this slide. So you see Godo. Also, beautiful voice. I love Gyoto's voice. And this time you beat them. And Alphanut comes to find you during the battle. I was wondering when the first non-voice cutscene we're gonna get was. Damn. That took like over 15 cutscenes. That's kind of fun. I meant to say yes. At least this entire time. Also, during that instance, she's also carrying around the catfish. It's great. But yeah, no, this is fun. Okay. As expected, the Sexigami, or I've got to go. The Sekai, wow. I'm sorry. I'm going to butcher this, by the way. The Sekai Segumi. The Sekai Segumi. I think that's what it is. The Sekai Segumi. Have caught our scent. Since fighting them is out of the question, we'll have to wind our way to the Ruby Bazaar, evading the patrols as we go. If they find you, these smoke bombs, use these smoke bombs to make our escape. Use smoke bombs to evade patrols. Be warned that attacking the Sisagami will result in failure. So, after this cutscene, you get to do a sneak mission where you sneak around the entire area. You can use smoke bombs if need be to get past soldiers. But it's an interesting duty when you first go into it. Like on first impression. Like, oh, you know, we're just trying to sneak around with smoke bombs. Not executed the best, but I implore them for doing something different and interesting, sort of surprising us with this. Just so we don't get caught by the Garleans. You know, that's a problem. So after you smoke around, you get to a point where you get under, over here, down the stairs. Where we're just like, okay, we found someone who's willing to help us on the spot.
Stay hidden and quiet. Understood?
Clear the road! Clear the road! You there, Korjin. We seek 4 foreigners. One, a brutish woman carrying an unconscious Namazu. Have you seen them?
For foreigners, you say? Ah, yes! Very rude they were, making no apology as they barged past. They went that way, I think.
Many thanks, good sir. With me, they cannot have gone far.
All is well. The Sekisei Gumi will not return this way for some time, I should think. You are of the East Aldenard Trading Company, yes? Come with me. I know a safer way.
You are returned. And with guests, I see.
Our meeting went about as well as expected. We've brought the Namazu who thought to betray us. When he wakes up, we'll see what he knows about Yugiri and Gazetsu.
Well done, you. When I saw the Sekisei Gumi out in force, I did begin to worry, but I see my fears were misplaced.
Actually, if it weren't for Soroban, we might not have gotten away.
'Twas my pleasure.
Yet I must ask, Soroban, why would you deceive the Sekisei Gumi to help us, foreigners of whom you know naught?
Why, out of the kindness of my heart, is what I would like to say, but my motives are not so pure. I chanced to witness your meeting with Hancock at the tavern and saw an opportunity.
An opportunity?
Like many, I came to Kugane as a trader to make my fortune. Kojin of the Red may serve the Empire as mercenaries, but Kojin of the Blue walk a different path. Regretfully, most here would rather not meet our gaze, much less do business. So I seek the custom of those less predisposed to dismiss us outright, namely the East Aldenard Trading Company.
Quid pro quo, is it? Well, there is no denying that we owe you a debt. What say you, Hancock? Will you consider doing business with our entrepreneurial friend here?
Rest assured, Master Soroban, that in matters of trade, the company does not discriminate. We would be honored to hear your proposal.
I promise you will not regret this, good sir. Ah, yes. You sought passage across the Ruby Sea, did you not? I have a ship you can use.
You do? Well then, far be it from us to refuse. You have our deepest thanks.
and you mine.
Okay. 11.3. So yeah, it's sort of a fun introduction to some of the beast tribes, and for Namazu and the Kojin. Also, it's kind of funny looking on it because of the fact that we oops. Well, A, we get introduced to these beast tribes really early on, but also B, it's the fact that the prelude that Uriaje had about expect to see the red and blue somewhere in the far east was referring to the Kojins and sort of giving advice with watch out for the red, but trust in the blue. Or no, it's the other way around. No, the blue is to trust. Yeah, I was right. Yeah, it's a really cool thing that I didn't see before until now. So that's really cool. I didn't remember that one. That's really nice. Yeah, anyways, for a second here, we are gonna go on break. So I'm gonna take a little bit of break, everyone. And we'll be back in a little bit. I have to do a few things and stretch and everything. But I thought that was a pretty good stopping point for being like, oh, we're gonna go in the Red Sea. Or the Ruby Sea. So we'll see you in a little bit to see what the Ruby Sea is like. So hang in there, everyone, and hang out. Okay. See you all in a bit. Okay. See you, people. Enjoy. Or, well, be back, not see ya. You get what I mean. Okay. Hiya, people. I'm back. Hope you're all doing well. It was nice seeing you all. Okay. Let's go for a little bit more, shall we? Like, I could say an hour or two, give or take. So, we'll see how long that takes, but hope everyone's enjoying and everything. Thank you. Appreciate it. While I was gone, I also took the liberty to, after stretches, sort of take a silent moment and write down some of the cutscenes. So we could just get right into things. I don't have to be like, let's wait to write, let's wait to write. So, I wrote down the next page of stuff that we have to do pretty much. So, should be good for a little bit. Maybe not a super long time looking at them, but it also helped to refresh my memory too. So yeah. We're just going to go through things here. Let me just pause the music and we'll get right back into things. And again, I hope everyone's having a good day. Let's enjoy watching more of the cutscenes. I always like Fear of the Dark's music. They're very great. I've known them ever since I got into the Katamari community. Or well, knew of their music, not know them. You know what I mean. Let's go right back over. I think it should be 1 or 2 more hours. I always say that, but then it ends up being something different. But general idea is that. There we are. Okay. There we are. Okay. Everything should be super good. Good. Yes. Okay, let's keep going. So we're just gonna go with making the catfish sing. Because it kind of deserves it. I think we're going to interrogate Yoid. So let me get my timer. There we are. Okay, let's keep going, everyone.
How about you? Ah!
Was that? That was Gazetsu. I'm sure of it. He's in trouble. Lise, wait!
I suppose we should follow her then.
Victory to the samurai!
How many is that now? 10 in a row?
Gazetsu!
Oh, this is a surprise! What in blue blazes are you three doing here?
I could ask you the same thing. We've been looking all over for you, and then I suddenly heard you screaming.
It would seem there has been a misunderstanding. Allow me to explain.
So, in summary, you started a brawl with some off-duty Imperial soldiers and were subsequently arrested by the Sekisugumi, whom you somehow befriended and convinced to set you free if you could defeat a given number of them in single combat.
10 bouts for my freedom, aye. 'Tis but a pity you came too late to witness the last one. And with that, I'm free to go, yes?
Our word once given may not be broken, but we pray you make every effort to avoid future altercations. Circumstances notwithstanding, my lord, we are honored and grateful to have witnessed firsthand the skill of a Doma samurai.
Ah, and we had just concluded negotiations. I gather my assistance was not required.
So yeah, Gosetsu gets himself out somehow. That's the thing, but I'm happy to see Gosetsu again because I really liked that man when we got to see him. Now the only thing I have to question here from how we saw the entire cutscene is that I don't remember if I'm misremembering this wrong, but I don't think that Gosetsu met Yida before Yida revealed herself to be Lise. So it kind of confuses me on why he said, "Oh, it's you three," when you're like, wait a minute. Did he ever meet Lise? So, I don't know. That's one of the only thing I sort of question from that thing. It's very funny that Gosetsu made friends over there, but also it sounds like they were kind of in on it, being like, okay, we'll arrest you, but hey, we're people trying to control things over here, and we know of Doma. We trusted Doma here. Because obviously there would be a few people who still believe in Domans, you know, and everything, so. And not the neutrality, so there's obviously going to be some outliers, but the thing with Lise, though, is weird. I don't think he met him and would be like, oh my gosh, Yida is Lise or something. I don't know. But I never really thought about that till now. It's a little weird. But it was fun that Gosetsu got to get out like that. Yeah. That's about all we get before we're like, oh, we hear something while we're trying to meet up and do a negotiation. And then we go and see the Ruby Sea here, so yeah. Let's get into it.
I remember the water, how it turned crimson in the morning sun. A shimmering sea of rubies, stretching from horizon to horizon. You could almost believe it went on forever. But beyond that red expanse lay a land in turmoil. On the shores of Othard, our Doman brothers struggled in vain.
There we go. A minute and a half. So that's our sort of introduction to the Ruby scene. There's a lot of stuff going on there, and I love how it's like broken up into a bunch of islands. And this is the very first time in the game where you can swim. So you have a mechanic where you swim through the water going from place to place. and it's very interesting. So you kind of swim on top of the water to get from island to island, and while you can't use your mounts, which is unfortunate, which is something I wish they kind of had, but that's kind of besides the point. I really like the fact that it's also kind of like a calm between everything, because you don't fight anything on top of the water. You don't fight anything. Nothing like follows you over the water. It's just kind of a place where you can just be like, oh, okay, I'm gonna go for a while, which makes it, on the same hand, less interesting, but at the same time I like it because I like to take in the views of places, but it has its ups and downs. It's just something a little different. But yeah, they introduced that here. This is the first time it's ever used, so it's a lot of fun. I don't know why it's just swimming in the water. I was like, whoa, this is cool. I love it. This has immediately got that spectacle. I'm pretty sure that's what they wanted, but it's what got me. I was like, pretty water. I like swimming in the pretty water. So now we go to see Boys with Boats, and I think the Ruby Sea is really interesting. We'll explain some more stuff about the Ruby Sea as we go, but they have like cool stuff like you know, famous Oni Island, and like a few other scattered islands that have their own sort of topography, in a sense. Yeah, the way everything's built is interesting, so we'll see it as we go around stuff in here. And this is seeing what our what's going on around here on Oni Island.
Gentlemen, I'm told you were most unreceptive to my associate's requests. I realize you do not look kindly on the Confederacy and her ways, but if you refuse to pay the ruby tithe, your safety in these waters cannot be assured.
Spare me your concern, pilot. Your feeble attempts at extortion will not work on us. You remain at large because we allow it. Because you are such insignificant little pests that we see no need to swat you. But if you wish to risk the ire of the Viceroy, by all means, fire upon an Imperial vessel. Give us a reason to bring the full might of the Garlean Empire to bear against your pathetic fleet.
Bastards!
Gentlemen, surely the fact that you have such limitless resources at your disposal gives you all the more reason to spare some few coins for the less fortunate.
All talk, just as I thought. Come, let us away. I have no time for this rubbish.
We're all the same to them, aren't we? Savages to be ruled or slaughtered.
They've always balked at paying the ruby tithe, but they were never so eager to pick a fight. The problem, you see, is that many of my comrades in the Confederacy are of Doman descent, and the acting Viceroy, well, she's none too fond of Domans, to say the least. If we take any action to hinder the safe passage of an Imperial vessel, she'll accuse us of attempting to foment rebellion and brand us enemies of the Empire, which we can ill afford to be. Like the man said, we're all talk.
And where did the Kojin stand in all this?
With the winning side, of course. They're mercenaries to a fault, eager to offer their services without coercion. The Shellback could tell you more, though something tells me he would rather not.
I don't understand. If the Garleans are causing the Confederacy this much trouble, and if so many of you are Doman to begin with, why aren't you willing to fight back?
Spoken like a true friend of the Doman Liberation Front. If you're planning to rouse us with noble words and grand promises, don't bother. We all know what the Imperial Army can do. Compared to them, we're boys with boats. Besides, what ties a man may once have held to his home are forsaken upon joining the Confederacy. We look out for none but our own. Be that as it may, our livelihood is under threat. And the captain will need to decide soon whether we're to go down in a blaze of glory, or bow and scrape for crumbs from the Emperor's table. All while our friend the Viceroy continues her purge of Doma's radical elements. I believe she's holding court in one of the fishing villages even as we speak.
That she-devil! Her perfidy knows no bounds! She must be stopped! Come, let us find Soroban and put us here at once!
Tell the others that these ones have paid. We all have places to be.
Okay, there we go. So, before you're talking with the Confederacy and stuff, and they, you know, I was sort of told, but you sort of listen to make sure that they're okay during, Imperial stuff, so... Yeah, you just find a way to be like, can we cross this? Are we fine? Are you guys gonna attack us? No. It's kind of a weird stance having them here, because, like, the Confederacy, they're not... How's the best way to describe it? They're not bad people, but they're not good people. They're like a group of people who are just like, please pay this fine, or else we can't secure your safety, aka we may attack you if we feel like it. But at the same time, they also want a semblance of freedom, so we kind of have to work with them. And some of them have some good ideas, but yeah. It's very interesting seeing how they sort of split them down. They are a little more bad, but yeah, they're not exactly 100% one way or the other, I feel. So it's interesting. I like it. It's just some new kind of thing to get adjusted to in a social situation. It's different. So now let's go to Bend with the Wind, which is when we go across via boat, you know, like we were saying before. So we go over to the nearest Aetheryte. So yeah, let's do these two cutscenes. Yeah, Red Sea is very interesting. Enjoy.
Even accounting for the rebellion, such indiscriminate shows of force seem pointlessly excessive.
If only you knew how commonplace such scenes have become. Are we too late?
Over there, someone's coming.
It is she, sworn enemy of Doma, of my master. The traitor who sold her homeland to the Garleans. Yotsuyu.
The Viceroy herself. And look behind her. Isn't that...
Filth and squalor everywhere I look. How very dull. What I wouldn't do for a drink. Come now. You've no reason to look so afraid. You have lived through a quarter of a century of Garlean rule, remember? 'Tis better to bend with the wind than stand tall and be broken. Therein lies hope. Therein lies freedom. I come before you today seeking affirmation. A heartfelt declaration. You are free to answer me as you see fit, yet even the least among you should know the correct response. Should. A resident of your village, one of your neighbors, mayhap your friend, was detained by the Korjin this morning. They say he was attempting to flee to Kugane, but we both know that simply isn't true, don't we? Have you anything to say? Bit slow, this one. Is there anyone more sensible among you? Have any of you anything to say? To swear?
My lady, I swear to serve the Empire, to do whatever is asked of me, and never disobey.
Well said, that man. Of course, it wouldn't do to simply take you at your word. Kill him. Surely you can do that much. He must be guilty of something or other, or he wouldn't have attempted to flee the Empire.
I have a family. Kami, forgive me. Kami, forgive me.
Very, very good. I've always had a soft spot for men like you. Next, I want you to shoot those two over there. Too old to work, you understand. A burden on the Empire. We can't have that.
But they're my parents. You can't expect me to...
Yeah, no. More fucked up psychological stuff. This is great. No, we can't stand that. I don't like her. No. I really want to say I could show no mercy, but so far there's sort of an even front for that. We can't.
She's right. They would simply take the villagers hostage.
Yeah.
We must consider the wider picture. If we act recklessly, we risk alerting the Garleans to our presence here, making it that much harder for us to work with the local rebels. To say nothing of the reprisals ordinary civilians would be made to suffer.
Open your eyes, girl. They are already suffering. Let me go. I am putting an end to this madness. I will approach the village alone and identify myself as a former leader of the rebellion and a known fugitive. They will wish to detain me until they are certain they have learned all I know. Use this time to make your plans.
You saw what those monsters did to the villagers. Who knows what they'll do to you, assuming they don't kill you where you stand?
We live and die at the pleasure of the Kami. My fate is in their hands and no others. If it be of any comfort, I am no stranger to chains.
You can't expect us to stand idly by as a comrade goes marching off to his death. And this is nothing like Kugane.
Nor is it like the Reach, Lys, or the Wall. Let him go. Hold out for as long as you can, but remember, noble sacrifices are to remain an absolute last resort. I wish I could say it won't come to that, but only the gods know how we're going to get you and the others out in one piece. A miracle, perchance.
A great tower stands to the north and east. Look to its occupants for aid and succor. Together, you may yet find your miracle. Now, leave this place. I must go.
Another idiot like all the rest. I'm beginning to think it may be something fundamental. Something intrinsic. Something quintessentially Doman to ignore the simple truth. You can't do a damn thing if you're dead.
Enough, Yotsuyu!
Well now, this is a surprise.
Hear me, Yotsuyu! Cease this farce, here and now, and I shall surrender myself to you. Refuse, and all shall answer to my blade.
Bring him to the tavern.
So, in a weird way, Gosetsu's just like, I need to go save these people. We can't cause any more pain. So it's very selfless of him, but it's like, oh fuck, Gosetsu, please. We just got you free. We would love to have you here. But fortunately, that man is very noble, and I appreciate his sacrifice. That man has too big of a heart. Really. You really do. Okay. So now, let's go into LSA Stones, because after this, we're just like, we need to do something, so we sort of plan and do stuff with Soraban. Till we get here. But yeah, intro to Yotsuyu. They're like, alright, so we need someone to match Xenos in cruelty, but not in the same way. And then they kind of nailed it. You're like, fuck. Anyways, another one of those villains that's easy to hate again. So it's very interesting how they're going about all this with Xenos and her sort of reflecting sort of cruelty for these people. It's different. So let's do LSA Stones.
Our most compassionate acquaintances return. For your deeds, we owe you many thanks. But something tells me our thanks are not sufficient. The strange thing is, I was certain you understood our position. And yet here you are with that same look in your eyes, and those same words upon your lips, I'll wager.
I speak only the truth. The Confederacy will not be spared Yotsuyu's wrath. You have always known this, that one day you would have no choice but to stand up to the Empire. I say to you that day is today, and come once more to ask that you join us in the fight.
How convenient that recent events should lend such credence to your claims. Tell me, do death and destruction always follow in your wake?
They had no part in it, Tansui. You know this. We all know this. They came and took our Doman brothers. They will torture them for her sport. Murder them for her satisfaction. So we attack and get butchered for our trouble, or do naught and let them have their pound of flesh. If this be our choice, I say we suffer the ignominy. We endure. We survive. There is no better path. Until the day our enemy is grown weaker and we stronger, there can be no retribution. We will wait for a sign. Such is the judgment of the Confederacy.
So that's it then. You're just going to abandon them to her. They'd die for you, you know, for the Confederacy. They would die for you, but you wouldn't even think to risk your lives for theirs.
I have one last idea, if you will allow. I'm afraid it's not very good as ideas go. It's exceedingly reckless, in fact, and you may well come to despise me for ever having suggested it. Assuming we survive, that is. The question being, do you trust me?
I mean, ask me again later. I forgot about that response. Damn, that's a sassy one. No, do you even need to ask? No, it is a serious moment.
We can't stand by and let innocent people suffer, here or anywhere else.
DM cares for her a lot.
I'll do whatever it takes.
Then let us roll the dice. If it's a sign you want, we shall give you one. One rousing enough to make you drive every Garlean out of Isari without a second thought. You are wary of invoking the ire of the Imperial forces stationed in Dome, correct? Know then that once we have rescued our comrade and freed Isari, we mean to liberate the nation as a whole. You will doubtless require assurances that we are capable of achieving this, and that is only fair. Accordingly, we shall demonstrate our seriousness by depriving the Garleans of a key ally, the Kojin.
What, the three of you, just like that?
Actually, my esteemed colleague here will attend to it on her own. But the how of it is not your concern, only the outcome. If we succeed, you help us liberate Isari. If we fail, you lose nothing. A simple enough wager, if you have the stones for it.
The little miss does make it hard to refuse, does she not?
Words are air. We will weigh you by your deeds.
I do agree with that one. That's funny. I mean, like, in a situation like that, it would be very awkward just to say, haha, no, I don't trust you. So it would just kind of be like, oh, thanks. Good. Glad. Travel across an entire continent to go to another one, and you don't trust me. Okay, cool. Perfect. Yeah, no, it's funny. So Alsay just kind of takes a bet there. She's like, I'm gonna see how I can push this. We're just gonna do something that's real outlandish. Like, yeah, we'd love to see you do that. Yeah, sure, we'll do that. That'd be funny. And then realize, oh, well, I guess we'll see what happens. Yeah. Next we go to Under the Sea, because Russia has some things to tell us. Because we're led with Sorbayan
Is that light I see up ahead?
down here.
We appear to be standing inside a giant bubble. By the 12. I think we're on the seabed.
Well, well, I thought I heard familiar voices.
Soroban, what are you doing here?
What a curious question. I live here.
Then this is the home of the Blue Kojin.
Just so. I bid you welcome to Tamamizu.
Okay, there we go. 0.6. Okay. So yeah, that's just sort of like the little city down there. Honestly, for some reason I'm forgetting a lot of the stuff today. But I believe Stormblood had a lot of things to remember, and I'm kind of tired. I've done a lot since between streams, so yeah. I was out sort of doing stuff and helping around, so it was a little more than I'm usually used to, so I was just doing that today. But yeah, I seem to be forgetting a handful of things, like that thing was like, oh no, you go down there yourself, and Sorban's like, oh, what are you doing here? I don't know, I would rather just be honest with that and be like, yeah, kind of forgot. So I don't know if that's because I'm tired or if because there's a lot of details and I just kind of forgot about it, but yeah. As you can tell, it's the best way to describe it is it's a little different with all the stuff in Stormblood, because we're like almost to 63, and yeah, we're almost to 63, so we're like a third into everything about. And we haven't, well, we've watched a good amount. It's been like three and a half hours, but there's not a lot of cutscenes. There's like single cutscenes compared to a bunch of them split up between different locations you're going to, like in Heaven's Ward, which I think is something different to kind of think about, and something that I didn't entirely realize until we started doing this today. Sort of comparing it to last time, but I don't know. It's unique. Anyways, let's do Kojin and Kami to sort of talk about things. I think we talk with Soraban here and sort of find out what's going on, since we were looking for the underwater city, which does have an aetheryte, which is very interesting. Yeah, let's go on. Just because of the fact that it's like under the water, so you can't immediately walk to get there.
Welcome, guests. Gratitude to you for aiding Soroban in his negotiations.
We thank you for your hospitality, honored elder. Pray forgive me my brevity, but I wish to discuss an urgent matter.
So, you seek to compel our Red Brothers to forego hostilities for a time.
That's right. We know your two clans have your differences, but what with you being brothers and all, we thought you might be able to share some secret knowledge or something?
From far above, you have journeyed here in search of our wisdom. You shall have it.
I gotta say, one of the things that I would like to point out is that I kind of like how Lise is just very, very awkward in how she's talking and trying to present things and make things work, trying to work as a person, because it doesn't extremely like fit her thing to go in and do like diplomatic things. She's like and she's also trying to get a semblance on thinking for herself and being herself and not her sister. So it's kind of interesting how they do that. I feel like it kind of makes sense for someone trying to get a sense of the personality if they kind of gave up a long time ago, going on and stuttering and having problems with that sort of thing, because they don't really get a sense of their self, I imagine, with them being dressed up as their sister. I'm pretty sure it's like all the time, so they wouldn't like so they wouldn't have anything go like awry with someone figuring out, oh, that's Yida. But she definitely had some imposter syndrome thing going on about not being her sister, and then, you know, then the identity theft thing. I forget what it's called. I think it's still a subsect of imposter syndrome, but it's that sort of thing where someone's just like, I have to carry on this person's legacy by being them, and then realizing, oh, maybe at some point realizing, oh, hey, that's not good. Maybe I shouldn't do that. Which kind of raises the question too, I don't know why they never stopped Yida earlier to ask her about that, but, or at least since they're like, oh yeah, we know, you just kept carrying on with it. But they also said Papalimos said no, so. Anyways, I don't know. I'm just thinking about that because kind of interesting to consider that Lise talks this way because of her history and her studying and everything. Hey, almost kind of like me. I feel a little called out. Don't worry about it. Just, you know, stutter and development, other things like that. How some things work. Or, you know, specifically for me, but also for her.
All creation
a sense
is a
of self.
tapestry through which the divine is interwoven. Kami are legion, and they can be found in the great and the small. Though they come and go as they please, they favor certain vessels. The ancient, the precious, the exquisite. We Kojin covet these vessels, these treasures. We go forth and bring them home to keep them safe and bask in their divinity.
They bring prosperity and joy to us and our children. Yet, how are we to seek these treasures above if we made enemies of the Garlean Empire, powerful and far-reaching as they are? Wiser to join with them. So resolved the Red Kojin.
Cautiously and carefully, for the Garleans are blind to the divine, nor will they suffer their subjects to see. So the Red masquerade as mercenaries who seek money and power, and never speak of their faith in the presence of their masters. To honor the divine, they deny it. A twisted and misguided path.
Aye, aye. Kami will not abide such foolishness. This they shall learn to their sorrow. While our red brothers live by the sword, we blue Kojin uphold the old ways, engaging in trade and valuing peace. Alas, men distinguish not between our clans, and judgment for the doings of the red falls unjustly upon the blue. Thus do men grow more and more reluctant to deal with us, denying us our treasures. This cannot continue.
On that point, we are in agreement. You are willing to aid our cause, then?
There is a way that the Red may be driven to retreat into their shells. But to share with you this knowledge is to reveal secrets of the divine. Assurances must first be had, trust forged, a bargain struck.
Well said, Elder. In great crises is great profit to be had.
Delight not overmuch in such things, Soruban. Now, tell our guests what must be done.
As you wish.
Well, I've no idea what we've gotten ourselves into, but so far so good, right?
You just kind of have to forge trust with people now. And that's going to be kind of fun. So let's get on to see what happens with that or after that. Just changing timer again. So now we go to Insorbian Trust. Which is after we gather and do things for the Kojins down here. And by the way, I want to say that after this mission, or before, you can actually start doing the Kojin Beast Tribe, which is one of the more earlier ones that they allow you to have. The ones in Heaven's Ward, like the Vath, they also started at like level 52. So the Kojin are also one that start off pretty early. But yeah, it's one of the ones. So it's really nice that you get it this early too, just like them. I guess you also could argue that there's also the Pixies early on also did that. But I like this trend again. And it's a real spectacle being down there and also having a direct Aetheryte to that beast tribe. I think it's really nice. Like, you just teleport in there and then that's the beast tribe. Compared to, like, I believe having to walk around to some of them. I mean, the Vath aren't that far from another Aetheryte. But these ones are just centered around an Aetheryte. So they feel more like a people of trade who are doing stuff. So it's really fun. And just something I always keep in mind is, like, it's interesting gameplay wise, a lot of things that they did for Stormblood, and interesting with how they've shown some of the tribes and beast tribes, because unlike before where the Vath and the Vanu, they're accepted by Ishgard. Beast tribes, you know, the Sylphs are accepted, and later it was there any for, I was thinking for Limsa. No actually, but for like the way that it's treating Kugana, well, yeah, but the way how it's like it's implemented in this area is that they're just a part of their culture. They're just like any other people walking around. And that's a trend that I think I really like them doing, having these these quote-unquote beast tribes be more like, oh hey, these are more like humans, just like how the Sylphs are something that they interacted with. But yeah, I like how the Namazu and the Kojin are more integrated into their society, and same with something that you may have saw last time we streamed on Wednesday, which was they had other they had snake people from a beast tribe in the city, so they're just kind of like out and about, and they're like any other person, and I kind of like that. I think that's really cool, so let's keep going. So there's some interesting ups and downs of some things that they do that I like.
It is done. Your offerings have been given to the sea.
So yeah, it's the things we're getting were offerings for the kami.
The ritual can begin at last. Come and stand before me, my friends. Yes, yes. Listen to my words, and let all else wash away. Listen to my words, and feel them flow into your heart. At first a trickle, then a flood. O Kami of the fathomless waters of the fallen, the ascended, the flowing, and the becalmed, caretakers of the shallows and of the depths, receive of us our meager offerings, cleanse these ones of earth and stone, and grant them your blessing, that they might drink deep of the divine. The ritual is complete, my friends. You may now breathe in the depths as you would upon land.
Strange. I don't feel any different. Are you sure it worked?
Reasonably. The blessing does have its limits, of course. While it will allow you to dwell in the depths, it will not help you traverse them.
I can swim well enough. How about you, Alize?
Oh, like a fish, in contrast to my doggy-paddling brother. Somehow, the boy just isn't very buoyant.
Skilled or no, your bodies are ill-suited to the sea. Your cause demands alacrity, and you shall have it. But first, let us take to the water.
So now, since you're working up the swimming, you three can breathe underwater. Which means we now have another new thing, which is underwater swimming. That we can do when we do control in space. Or, I forget what it was, a console. I was trying to remember a controller. I forgot. I was trying to remember for this.
Incredible. I could swear I was breathing air.
Yes, he did
now
curse
I
us.
shall summon for you noble steeds of great strength.
Wow, look at them! I bet they could take us all the way to the deepest depths of the sea.
And so they may. After we've won over the Confederacy, rescued Kusetsu, and liberated your respective homelands.
Way to ruin the moment.
Should you become parted from your steeds, return to me, and I shall call them again. Take care, my friends, and may the Kami speed you on your way.
We'll find that treasure in no time. Come on!
So now we can go and get the red Kojin's treasure and everything. And there's also sort of a demo for the Beast Tribe too, because this is their mount. So they kind of fit this naturally into telling you about the Beast Tribe without just straight up being like, oh, you can pick up this quest for this Beast Tribe. It's just like kind of a part of the story telling you. So it's a really fun way to exemplify and do things. 4.6. There we go. I don't know why I'm putting decimals down. I should really just put down full numbers. But I'm doing it just in case when we tally up the cutscenes. But yeah, hold on for a second. I'm going to turn on a light here. And then we'll be on for things. Okay. Okie dokie. Chair's creaking too much. You know, he totally cursed us. The fool. That damn veritable fool. So now after this, we go ahead and try and get the treasures. And we begin searching for the sacred treasures that they were talking about before, which is the I always forget the name of this, but I'm going to try and pronounce it. The Yasakani no Magatama. Oh, okay. Field pain people who know how to actually pronounce it. Let's go with it. I still wish I retained more of my learnings when I tried to learn Japanese, but it's fine. Oh, it's now? Oh, okay. Cool.
I tire of this filthy tavern, and it's still filthier clientele.
Tis scant reward for your treachery, aye. A painted woman of your rich experience deserves a better class of customer.
Oh, name-calling. Is that what we've been reduced to?
Orphan of the Nayuri. Widow of Sashihai. What joy it must have brought you to be revenged upon us all.
Not enough. Not nearly enough. My appetite for your agony is as an abyss. Bottomless. Insatiable. Before you die, you will cry and beg and prostrate yourself upon the earth. You will crawl on your belly through the muck and the piss and debase yourself for my amusement. All of you. But you think you are made of sterner stuff? Rather than have him beat you, mayhap I should have my oaf go and fetch your master's head. Oh, poor Lord Cayenne. Kami rest his soul. Noble leader of a fallen nation. A fine puppet he made for the Viceroy. For a time. 25 years he was content to serve his masters as a dog. And then everyone had to rise up and get themselves killed. Tell me, how did it feel to fail him that day? To live with the disgrace of his death? Not that you were a stranger to living with disgrace, of course. In the what was it? 25 years since you were humiliated and tossed into an imperial jail? You had plenty of time to get used to it. Oh yes, I heard the stories. About the samurai who would do anything to return to his master's side, even if it meant pledging his blade to his sworn enemy. They say he walked with death, that he slew 1,000 men in the Empire's name. Truly a tale for the poets.
I do not deny my sins, but I will not be reproached by the likes of you.
Oh, I mean not to reproach you, but to praise you. You're a survivor, samurai. Just like me. So, let us not dwell on the past, you and I, and instead give thought to the future. To wit, I would ask you again to help me resolve this vexing matter of Dorma's missing heir. Living or dead, it makes no difference, really. But the Garleans are most insistent that we put this problem behind us. And I know you helped him flee. So tell me, what became of Lord Hien?
To my dismay, the details escape me at present. Mayhap your dog could jog my memory.
Get on with it, and mark me, brute. There is no limit to how far you can fall.
Of all the bloody stupid... Ah! When I get back to Eorzea, I'm gonna find that little shite, and I'm gonna make her pay.
Yeah, I was like, I completely forgot that that happened. Like, I want to say that it happened right when the whoop. Whoops. Right when the thing happens with you going into the red Kojin base. You go underwater and then you go up to the surface, and then I think this cutscene triggers, if I remember correctly, or it's sometime before that when you're talking to Lisa or Alice trying to go in. But I think it's right before that, and it's just like, glad I got to see this and see what's currently happening right now in the area across. Makes me feel happy. So as I turn the page now, because now we've done, what, how many pages today? About 2. We've done 22 groups of cutscenes. Let's see what's happening. By, for breaking and delivering. I'm gonna have to write this one down, though. But, yeah, we're gonna see what happens, on the island now with the Red Kojin. It's so kind of closed off, so we're gonna see what happens now. Also, that was the entire reason we got this, just so you know. Because there's no way on land to get up there. Well, there's places if you had something like a ladder, but I mean, you can't get close to them without them blowing you down, so, yeah. Wait, hold on. I need to remember something. To write it down, because it slipped my mind what the name was. In the few seconds I pressed play, my brain was like, wait, what is it? Okay, I can write the rest of this now.
Thieves! Thieves! Come to steal our most precious treasures? You will pay for this sacrilege!
That's the spirit! Now don't be shy. I'm more than ready for another round.
Seize them!
What in the world?
Who hath made us whole?
Hark! A great kami stirs. Yes, yes. A great kami of the sacred treasures. O great kami, we beseech your intercession. We who have guarded your blade and glass for generations. Your faithful Kojin.
So yeah, that's kind of a surprise. So all this one's really weird because it just kind of comes out of nowhere, and you had the little stone that was like the yin and the yang thing. So you're like, oh fuck, okay, didn't know this was happening. You just walk straight in over here, and you're like, oh, the comedy's like, oh, thank you. Yeah, it wasn't my intent by character to trinket, yeah.
Thou didst freely deliver our jewel unto thine enemy's own treasure vault?
Yeah.
How auspicious! We do commend thee, daughter of man. Such audacity is deserving of celebration, exaltation, a contest of wills to mark the occasion. Let lines be drawn, let sides be chosen. And for their loyalty, we shall stand with the caretakers of our greater part.
Oh, perfect. A contest of wills, just what we need.
Hearken to us, shelled ones. Upon this day, your wish shall be granted. curse neither your fate nor its executor, children of man, for we are of the divine, of both heaven and earth, the ringing silence, the raging calm. All riseth and falleth at the whim of capricious fortune. Assume your marks upon the stage and embrace the coming chaos. We are Susano, and in revelry do we rejoice.
That's a primal standing in front of us, right?
And a horde of angry Kojin at our backs. Oh, this contest is getting worse by the moment. Lys, help me clear a path. Leave them to us and save your strength. You'll be needing it soon enough.
Make way! Make way!
Spoil not your appetite for the feast, children of man. The dish will be served whether you will it or no.
So you kind of run out afterwards to be like, fuck, we need to get our bearing. Why is there a primal here? Now, one of the weirder things that I think I like to talk about, well, minus the weird for a second, is the fact that, I think it's really fun that you have this primal that's so boisterous. The voice actor for Susanoo just kind of went wild. He's so boisterous and happy, and he's like, I'm happy to be here. I'm like, oh, I love him. And there's just so much like mystery with the sacred artifacts. Now that's the thing that I find weird, because I think now I want to consider him a primal, but the way that he exists is extremely different compared to ours. So they call primals icons here, so I usually tend to call them icons. Because Garlemald calls them icons. But one of the weird things I find is that, okay, primals are a conduit of belief, right? And by technicality, if the entire, this entire nation area just generally, revere the kami, then they could be, respecting all of them, right? Funneling belief to all kami, right? But one thing that I find weird is that I feel like it has to be directed towards them, because if it's general belief, that would be kind of wild for everything. Because I feel like you have to pull a specific thing out of Aether, out of the void, in order to have it be a thing, right? But with Garuda, they specifically wanted Garuda or Ifrit or Titan, and have sort of been enthralled and sort of controlled by them, calling the name. Now, it doesn't seem like those red Koshin are enthralled, and it doesn't seem like they it doesn't seem like they're funneling their Aether towards Susanoo. Now, one could argue that it at least feeds off Aether with the treasures. The treasures could have tremendous crystals in them that have a lot of Aether, right? But I find it weird because I feel like the belief for Susanoo is not there, so I consider to call him an icon or at least a kami, because they seem to be quite different than your average old primal. Like at least if we're talking about ones that are kind of strange in the past one, it's the fact that for example, you know, the Pope, the way that it worked is that he had an infinite amount of Aether, and then also the belief of everyone believing in Ishgard, which also funneled to the belief in him by technicality because he's governing Ishgard. So the people he's governing over believe in him, right? So that's kind of different because it's directed towards him. The closest one that I could honestly get to is just if you consider Nidhogg himself a similar situation, because the weird thing with Nidhogg is the fact that he just kind of existed because of the eyes, right? He just kind of came to be because of the eyes. So I consider Susanoo to be in the same realm where he has conduits of Aether, and all of those prerequisites for the amount of Aether he needed were gathered together, and then he just kind of summoned himself, but in a way that's not quite the same as Nidhogg. But that's why I kind of say that, because Nidhogg's a weird situation where he's not a primal. He's an ancient dragon, but he was able to summon himself through Estinian. So it's a little bit of something to chew on that I like thinking about. Now, what I'm going to try and do is I'm actually going to use my one-a-day dungeon or trial thing to do Susanoo, because this might be one of my, if not my favorite, quote-unquote primal. It's one of my favorite boss fights. We're going to go in as Paladin. If I keep remembering that I need to keep this open, so I have this work. But yeah, no, there's a I enjoy this boss fight, so let's try and go in and do it. I'm gonna try and avoid spoilers here. Yep, I knew I was gonna do that. Okay, there we go. Let's try and unsync the normal version. Okay. Okay. I don't know if I can solo this. I've never tried, but I'm willing to give it a try. I'll give it one single try. But this boss fight's pretty fun. Also, I have a connection to Susanoo. I can. I've never tried before, but it makes sense. Thank you. Yeah, I've only tried the 50s Heaven's Ward and below, and I've been able to do some stuff with that, at least with friends. Some of the ones in Heaven's Ward later on are scary, but yeah. For specifically the Trinity. But let's try and do this because I really like this boss fight. Actually, wait, I just realized I can't do this one. We're gonna go though. I won't say why. Let's go.
Let the rebels begin!
Because even if I do enough damage to be fine, there's something I have to worry about, actually. But I love this fight, and I love how boisterous this boy is. It fills me with happiness. He's just happy to be here. He's like, oh, fight, cool. I love that.
The seas part for we alone.
Oh, this one. They set out something to you, and then you have to stand in a specific place, and then the AoE will change depending on who it's targeted on for the tank. That's interesting. That's a mechanic that I think starts here. I do not remember. I'm not gonna lie.
The seas part for we alone.
I'm gonna target us, ain't it? Yep. But yeah, this guy's known for thunder. I actually have another reason why I like Susanoo, actually. Specifically because of the point that it's one of my favorite summons in Bravely Default. So when I saw him in here, I kind of freaked out just for the fact it was like, it's Susanoo again! So I was happy because of that. So it just kind of makes me happy.
Part for we alone. Our hearts sing in the chaos.
Okay, here we go.
Wild and pure and forever free.
Here we go. Active time maneuver. This is the very first one in the game, except for, well, in main story. So you have to keep pushing this to keep people alive as a tank. This is like the best reason to do this as a tank. It's so much fun, but unfortunately, I don't think I can keep this up because I think you die if you don't hit the sword enough. So that's why I think this is impossible to solo, unfortunately, because of that.
Rejoice!
But the music's pretty good. That's why we can't solo it. Otherwise, if it didn't have that mechanic, I think we could solo it. But I love Susanoo. This guy's really cool. Most of the boss fight is like pretty standard from the stuff that he's done before already. But that sword is like one of the coolest things. I think at the time, one of my friends was trying to be like, hey, I know this is your first time, but you should play this as tank. I'm like, okay. But I couldn't because the level wasn't high enough. But funnily enough, yesterday I actually got random queued for this through roulette, which I haven't gotten, like, I think I've only gotten like once before. But I'll always take pleasure in doing Susanoo. This is a fun boss fight. I just kind of wanted to give a PSA. I was like, hey, this one's pretty fun. He's just like, joy and rejoice. I'm glad you beat me. What can I say? I like him. What can I say? I wish I could solo this. I wish I could. Okay. Let's go back. That's why I specifically want to do that as a paladin, by the way. We're going to be taking paladin only up in Alamigo areas. Nope. We don't need that right now. Okay, actually, I just want to edit. I love the noise of this, but I'm gonna need something that won't go whoop, 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 whoop. Or like the little sound. I think this is the one, right? No. So this one. Yes. I want to find a different book someday, but yeah. See, I did win, exactly. I won. And yeah. But I can I just say I love Susanoo. I love Susanoo and Bravely Default too. But I won't talk well, Bravely Default as well is what I meant to say. I really find it interesting how they do stuff. But yeah. Anyways. Let's keep going on forward because that's about it for Susanoo. He's just like, I'm gonna help them because apparently I'm their god or something. It really is what it kind of feels like. It's kind of like, I guess I'm their god. I should probably do something about it, shouldn't I? Let's see here. There we go. So now we're gonna go on to... Oh wait, does this show some extra stuff? You know what? I showed the boss fight. Fuck it. I was excited to show that anyways. I've been really excited to do Stormblood. I'm getting kind of giddy on doing stuff early. You couldn't tell. But you know what? I like it. I like it. So now is the Lord of Revel. Because I think all you do before is that you just kind of plan stuff out. He doesn't have like the most amazing music out of any of them. It's pretty different and striking. And I like it. But yeah. I don't know. I like the personality. And the fight is really fun. It was like a perfect thing between like fun and difficulty, I feel, for me. So let's get going in this. Oh, these are cutscenes we should have been able to watch. Whoops. I kind of forgot about that. If you couldn't tell, he's a lot of a god of lightning, but he's usually attributed in a neutral sense, not like electric, like lightning. But in this world, he seems to be a combination between electricity and water. Which is interesting. Like the primals, so I don't know how to feel. I didn't want to see that. Didn't want to see it. Poor Susanoo. I think this is in the same place. With Gosetsu before, right? Oh no, I know. Right off the coast. Duh. Never mind.
Nary a peep from the shellbacks, sir. That's enough to make one wonder.
The Red have sounded the alarm. The Isle of Zeki under attack. Fierce fighting in the stronghold. The vault breached by outsiders and strange tales from deep within. All this the Red cannot ignore. Even now, they abandon their posts and flock to the Isle. The Garleans are powerless to stop them.
I'll be damned they did it. Well, Captain, Wagers notwithstanding, I dare say we will not have a better opportunity to drive the Imperials from Asari and rescue our men. On the other hand, naught was put in writing, but if your mind is made up, then that is that. I should add that if you were to change your mind, none would gainsay your decision, nor think you beholden to your past. Nor would anyone begrudge you a spot of revenge into the bargain. Like the little miss said, we knew this day would come.
Isari may be a rotting husk, but at least the tavern keeper never watered down his drinks.
Well said for a temperate man.
Hear me, comrades! We made a bargain with the Eorzeans, and I mean to uphold our end of it. I mean to remind the Garleans that this is our sea, that all here belongs to the Confederacy. All that is theirs is ours for the taking, and take it we shall. We will strip them of everything they hold dear.
This one is iron. My hands will break before he speaks.
Kami, give me strength. Are you good at anything? I had hoped this might prove more productive than blind inquiries, but I see you are determined to waste my time. Very well. Line them up. Kill one for every question he refuses to answer.
Hurt them, and you will get naught from me.
You have given me precisely that thus far, so what have I to lose? Mark me, samurai. I will find Lord Hien, be it with your help or with your heads.
Confederate scum! You will pay for that!
Confederacy. They've come to save us!
And this after I took such pains to cow them. Even pirates have their pride, I suppose. Enough to march to their deaths, no less. Oh, the stupidity of it all. It truly is a sickness. I shall just have to lance the boil. Drain them of every last trace of honor and compassion. Every last drop.
My lady, I'm going outside. Oh! Oh!
army are not finished with you yet.
There's no end to them. They just keep coming.
Then we must be doing something right. We have to hold out for as long as we can. She's counting on us.
Susano is slain! Slain by the Shellless One!
Is it true? Did you defeat him? Well, in that case, how do you fancy helping us keep the Kojin occupied until the Confederacy make their move? Speak of the devils, that's coming from Isari.
I think we've done all we can here. Let's withdraw and make for the village.
Right. Although, they don't seem keen to let us go.
Hear me, Kojin of the Red. We have no quarrel with you, only your Imperial masters. No more blood need be shed this day. I pray you let us go in peace.
You dare speak to us of peace? Your flesh will feed the fishes, thief! Attack!
Now's our chance. Don't worry about her, she can handle herself.
I can't let you take all the glory, can I?
There you go. 11:30. Oh, that was voiced. So yeah, it's a lot of fun things, and they're just kind of showing off Red Mage now, so they're kind of just showing off some of the classes, the new classes during the expansion, which is kind of fun in a way. Yeah, hold on, I'll check Discord. I won't be able to show it on stream though, in fear of trying to crash things, but I'll take a little look at it right now since we have the chance. Wow, that's really cool. Looking at that, it's literally just Surge and everyone. That's really cool that Chrono Cross had a connection, because I thought that Square never wanted to like acknowledge Cross's existence ever again. So I'm surprised they did something with that. It's like pretty down the middle and still like kind of known, not as well known as Trigger, but that's really cool. I really like that. I'll have to look at some of that stuff sometime. I don't play games on my phone or mobile games, but I'll definitely check out to see what that kind of stuff is, or you know, how the promotion works, because that's cool. I just want to see more content of Cross. I'm like, that's interesting. I just hope that someday they re-release Cross somewhere else if it's not already on the PlayStation Store. But like, kind of have like how they used to remaster Trigger for a couple of different systems. I would love if they did that with Cross at least once. I'm just asking for once, that's all. But it's really cool that they're at least acknowledging it again. I'm happy for that. Other than the fact that they still have music stuff and some stuff in the store that's still for Cross. That's still cool, but yeah. I don't know what to think about that. It's interesting. That's really cool, though. Thank you for sharing that with us, ArcLink. Okay. And then we're going to kind of see the aftermath of what happened with the Confederates and stuff. Nice. It's interesting. So let's do the Tide Goes In. This is going to be a long title, so I'm going to be writing it out. Imperials go out. Okay, there we go. Okay. Something about raid cheese. I think that is better, but I'll play. Oh, yeah, I played Ultimate back when it released. Yeah. I played it back then, but I haven't played much afterwards. But that's cool that it's Roy's voice actor, so it's that same voice actor. That's interesting. I know that one. I may not play it anymore, but I used to play it for a good chunk. So, that's cool that it's Roy, though. That's nice. Okay. Let's go into this, though. That's very interesting, knowing that, that the entire thing for Susanoo's voice actor is actually also Roy. Very, very good voices. Very solid. Can't believe they did that same character. That's insane. I'm looking. Oh, they must have shared developers then. That's good. I can imagine he did a lot of good voices. Yes, he seems very talented. Just the fact that I immediately hit Susanoo home like, oh hell yeah, this is awesome. Just, yeah, I can imagine like the validity of his voice work. So that's cool. I like that. Thank you for that. And thank you for the stuff about another eating game thing. Appreciate it. But yeah. Okay. Let's go with this. I'm glad that they referenced it in another way. That's good.
My Eorzean friends. Saw the smoke, did you? A pity you did not come sooner, though I gather you were busy elsewhere.
Gosetsu! You're alive. You're all alive.
And full of vim and vigor. Did I not tell you I was no stranger to chains?
The fighting cannot have lasted long. Where are all the Imperials?
Fled. They stood their ground for a time, until it became clear that their Korgian reinforcements would not be coming. We took some few casualties, but my deeper regret is having let Yotsuyu slip through my fingers. That bodyguard of hers may be a half-wit, but he's a mean bastard on the battlefield.
In any event, I imagine all involved are satisfied with this outcome. So far as the Empire is concerned, the Confederacy attacked Asari in retaliation for the Viceroy's actions, and without the aid of insurrectionists, I might add. Suffice it to say, we are prepared to be the subject of their undivided attention for the foreseeable future.
An impossible claim, yet one spoken with such conviction that I cannot choose but believe it.
Your assistance would be most welcome. Nevertheless, we shall do our utmost to spare you undue danger. We are already in your debt.
Nay, little miss, all debts are paid. For by your deeds, many still live who elsewise would not. Let both parties count their blessings, and may fortune continue to favor us all.
You still seek to bring freedom to our people, then? You will go to Yansha.
I have faith that our allies yet live. Once we have found them, we will plan our next step.
Yansha was the crucible of the rebellion. What happened here pales in comparison to what Yotsuyo did there. Remember this. Fear changes men. Have care in whom you place your trust.
And with that, we must take our wounded home. Oh, your Shellback friend sends his regards and looks forward to your next meeting. Try not to die before then, eh?
Okay, and there we go. That's the aftermath. We finally get something that works. we finally get put into a scenario where we finally triumph over something. So we get a little bit of joy, which is good. Well, other than the one that we had in All Amigo for Hammer Boy. But we get Gosetsu back, and that's what matters. Which is good. Okay. Okay, there we go. I'm thinking here. I'm gonna see what our next thing is. Also nice about that thing. The nice names. Or nice names. Nice that those people are in there from Chrono. I think we're going to get our introduction to Yangsha and a couple other things, and then I'll go for the night. See if friend from before is still streaming. So yeah. But first we're gonna get through this and see what happens. Okay, let's get going. I just realized a couple things here. I forgot to press timer. I didn't unmute. And then I also almost got the thing wrong. So I was just saying that, oh, I forgot to write this down. Uh-oh. And then I pressed play, and then I didn't realize where I was. But now I am. So let's keep going to see what happens over here. And silence in 3 parts. And thank you for the poop. That's all. Enjoy, people. Yes, I know. Amazing. I may not crash the internet, but I may crash myself in real life.
We cannot rest here for long. This place is not safe. Mayhap nowhere is, if thieves can breach our vaults. Nevertheless, it is our duty to protect these treasures, and we shall not fail for want of effort.
So, this is why you abandoned your posts. And without a word of explanation at that. Rather thoughtless of you, was it not?
Lady Yotsuyu, pray forgive us our absence, but our home was under attack, our vaults plundered by outsiders.
Did you even pause to consider the possibility that it might be a diversion? What is the point of contracting your services if you are not here when they are required? It is my solemn charge to bring these vermin to heel. To torment them, body and soul, until all they hold dear is as bitter ashes in their mouths. And then you go and ruin everything! There's naught to be gained in belaboring the point. All that remains is to administer your punishment.
Wait, my lady!
No, it's no good. There's just no joy in it. No release. There needs to be some investment. They were negligent imbeciles deserving of punishment, but it was hardly personal. 10,000 such Korjin could not satisfy me half so well as a single Doman. And what do we have here? One of the vaunted treasures of the Red? The craftsmanship is certainly impressive. Mayhap we can use it to make amends.
How long before Lord Xenos reinstates me, do you reckon? I've got unfinished business back in Eorzea.
Is serving me really so unbearable? At least pretend to enjoy it, you witless lump! If you are so desperate to earn a way back to Eorzea, then be quiet and do as you're told. And bring that sword while you're at it.
I remember the silence. How the talking stopped when we first set foot on the plains of Yansha. Before us stood yet another wall, and through a great Magitech field we glimpsed Doma Castle. I'll never forget the sight, or the anger I felt that day. Life, liberty, hope, so much lost, so much taken. As we walked through that war-torn land, no one said a word.
Okay. There we go. 6.3. So yeah, as Reen stated before, Yatsuyu is cruel, and she does a lot of mean things. And then we found a funny sword. And now we're in Yaksha, so... Let's see. Do we do the next thing? Let's do Life After Doma, and that could be our last one. Whatever hits the 5-hour mark for stream. Because I think that would be a good place to leave off. Okay. There we go. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay, let's go. Life After Doma. So this is entering the city.
We may be in luck. I don't see a single Imperial soldier.
Then there is no need to remain hidden. Let us go and greet them as friends.
I'm going too.
Good people of Namai, hearken to me. We come in peace and desire only information, to learn of recent events.
Isn't that the General?
Lord Gosetsu, Kami preserve your right. He lives.
I say, brothers and sisters, is aught amiss? Why do you regard me as one with a wild beast? Why is there fear in your eyes? Why do you tremble so? Ah, but of course, you fear me a vengeful spirit of the dead. Rest assured, naught could be further from the truth. For am I not corporeal? Are my feet not firmly set upon the ground?
What should we do? If they catch him here, you know what will happen.
Of all the times for him to turn up, has the old fool lost his mind?
You! But why have you come here? What do you want from us?
I know not who you are to speak thus to your elders, boy, but mine only desire is to be received with the hospitality owed a humble traveler, not the fear and trepidation one might afford a wrathful shade.
What you going on about?
Actually, never mind. Just come with me. Now!
And there we go. Next time we're gonna see how they talk to Gosetsu and everything. We'll get on with everything. For that as a little intro. Okay. Let's see here. So something I'm starting to really realize about Stormblood so far is that there's a lot of voiced cutscenes. Because so far, out of everything we've watched today, I think I've only voiced just one cutscene, and that's it. No, yeah, everything's been voiced except for, yeah, one cutscene for a tiny bit. I was in a Minarari, where I talked for like a full minute. I didn't realize how much Stormblood had voice cutscenes. I guess it shows you where they put a lot of their resources into. That's interesting. But yeah. Also, I guess something to keep in mind is that I think Stormblood has about the same amount of cutscenes as Heavensward. Give or take. But they also have 141 quests, which is longer than Heavensward. So they have more gameplay stuff between, and also more cutscenes, but almost all the cutscenes are voiced so far. I'm trying to remember ones that aren't voiced now that I think about it. But it might just be because they weren't, like, unimportant ones in Stormblood main story. I don't know. Either way, today's been a lot of fun going through stories with Kugane and everything. And I had a lot of fun, everyone. Doing this story stuff is kind of weird, but it's a lot of fun. Okay, let's go to the end here. We got through a good portion of Stormblood. It was a lot of fun. Let me just pop on some new music. We'll skip Bravely Default. I know, that's insane coming from me. Oh yes, let's start this from the beginning. Okay. So anyways, it's been a great day, people. Stormblood's been a fun time. I've really been liking Stormblood, but I can definitely, more now than ever, if we're disregarding the gameplay, because I think the gameplay for Stormblood's pretty good. I can definitely see a lot of the ups and downs so far than when I was first doing it. Sort of going off of that, oh my gosh, I see 6 references high. You know, that sort of thing. But yeah. Let's see if there's anyone... I want to see if there's someone I can raid here. But, I'm gonna just give a check. Because, of course, I'm not looking in 14 because of spoilers. Okay. Oh? Hey, she is streaming. Okay. Probably a good amount of people of you know Anna, but we're gonna send you her way, I think. I think that would be a good time. She's playing Horizon Zero Dawn right now. And we've both been pretty busy, so it's nice to see her whenever she happens to stream. But I mean to sometimes hang out with her more, just personally, but yeah. Things have been so busy, I'm glad that you get a chance right now. Yeah. I hear from people it's pretty good. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let's go see Anna for a little bit. Ooh, she had new stuff to her model. Oh, that looks so cute. I love that. Okay. So, I think I'm gonna go, people. Thank you so much for hanging out, and let's see if Anna's ending stream, or if she's staying around a little longer. Because she's been about live for 3 hours, so let's go and say hi to her. And everyone have wonderful days. Thank you for watching the theater. And I might see you tomorrow morning or whenever next we stream. Okay. See you, people. Bye-bye.